We're live here at the State Volleyball Centre. P1 Women's Semi-Final. Dandenong Volleyball Club, Monash University, joined by Matt Berry. Good afternoon, Matt.
Good afternoon, Mick. Good afternoon, everyone watching at home. We're in for a couple of big games today. I'm really looking forward to seeing how... Look, you probably think you call them the flag favourites in Dandenong and how they've been going throughout the year. They've looked really good. It'll be interesting to see how they go against the young and new crew from Monash.
Well, I'm gonna counter that flag favourite. Lost twice to Yarra through the season. Lost to Yarra last week. So 1 versus 2 last week was Yarra versus Dandenong. Dandenong lost that, and Monash in the third spot, and they played the Cobras last week, and they won that 3-0. So now these two teams have split their matchups through the season. Now, obviously don't know who was playing and full rosters and all that kind of stuff, but a 1-1 record for Monash versus Dandenong through the season. So it'll be interesting. I'm really interested to see how both these teams go and how this matchup goes. So obviously this one to get into the grand final, and the second semi-final coming up between Yarra and Heidelberg after this. Who you got your eye on today, Matt, out on the court?
I'm really looking forward to seeing how Janelle Sturgeon goes for Dandenong. She's been away a little bit throughout the season, which might have affected some of the results. But yeah, she's a top-notch player, superstar on the beach, superstar on the indoor courts as well. It'll be very interesting to see where she plays and how often she plays. So that's my number one. What about you, Mick?
Yeah, I'm keen to see her. Obviously, you got the veteran in Lou Bates setting. Krista Whitewood, the libero in Rochelle Sisson-Lim, is obviously exceptional. If you haven't had the chance to see her play yet, one of the young guns, Leah Quartel, and Alex Stock, the other one, rounding out sort of the veterans in this team. So they're pretty strong in all around the court. Monash, a bit younger, led by their captain and coach in Georgia Tedesco. Some young players on the rise, Eva Perovic, got Millie Pasalakwa. Really keep an eye on Christy Langford. Yep. She has a heavy arm, she gets up really high, so she's made the Vipers squad for the first time this year. So offensively, keep an eye on her. She could be a fulcrum of the offense for Monash.
I'm also really looking forward to Mick seeing how Arwen goes. Arwen is back from playing in the World Uni Games team. So Dill Lucchesi's also done the same over on the boys' court over there. Has come back and has shown that when he's been away, he's also improved on a few things. And it'll be interesting to see what Arwen's done in her time away. Playing opposite for the World Uni Games team, I believe, and now back here, I dare say she'll be doing the same role, and just seeing how much offense she can get, because they're going to have to be really good today to beat Dandenong's defence. Dandenong's going to have a pretty good defensive structure.
Absolutely.
And if you can't hit through that, Arwen's probably one of the ones that can, definitely. It'll be interesting to see how she goes and how much of a load she's got to take.
Yeah, Christy's really dominant in the opposite spot, and so is Arwen. I assume Christy will play some middle for Monash, and Arwen, who is very strong in the middle as well, to the opposite, but we'll see how they line up. But definitely wherever you put those two, along with Georgia Tedesco, they're going to be, really damaging offensively. And as you said, I agree, they're going to need that against the defence of the Dandenong Volleyball Club.
And there's a young superstar that we haven't really mentioned yet, Mick, which is someone to definitely keep an eye on in the future years, and that's Ella McDonald. So number 11 for Dandenong. You're going to see her roll through the middle. Her first season playing as middle. She plays pass hit for the under 18 Oz team at the moment.
Yeah, pass hit and opposite in that squad.
Superstar play, hits the ball nice and hard. Was goofy footed for all our people out there that don't know what that is. If you're a right-hander, you put your left foot forward to hit. She was a right-hander with her right foot forward. Has had to change those mechanics, which takes a lot for a young person to do. Has been able to do that and then taken off. So good on her. Looking forward to seeing how she goes through the middle and just how much ball she gets.
Yep, definitely elevated her game, and I've had an opportunity to work with her a bit in the under-18 girls squad the last last year and a half, and it's, as you said, her volleyball's just taken off. So you're in playing in the middle, young player, take what opportunities you get in a senior side that has been very successful over the last few seasons. So we keep an eye on her. Eva Perovic is blocking out in 2 as a very, very tall setter for Monash. Will be something that the outsides for Dandenong will have to deal with as well. The chat, we got the live stream open in front of us, Maddie. If anyone wants to jump on the chat, feel free to do that.
I know there's a lot of country athletes sitting at home at the moment wanting to see this game because, this is 2 really good teams, different brands of volleyball, especially with Lou Bates at the helm at Dandenong. She's been around for a long time. And then seeing these young setters from Monash trying to open up the defence at Dandenong, it's going to be good to watch.
Yeah, I'm really excited for the game. So on paper.
So it looks like our starting 7s have walked out. With, looks like setter starting in 2. No, setter starting in 5 for Monash with Millie Pasalakwa, who's also in the Vipers squad this year. And we've got...
So Christy opposite.
Yeah.
Unless she's just switched early.
So it looks like Arwen will be pass hitting. So something different for her, but obviously very capable at this level.
Yeah, she trains a lot with the GMBA Centre of Excellence and where I coach, and she does pass a lot and does a pretty good job with that. So Lou Bates, the setter for Dandenong, starting in 2. Janelle Sturgeon into the game, so she'll pass hit for Dandenong, along with Krista Whitewood pass hitting and Alex Stock playing opposites.
So straight away we see Janelle get one, get off the hands. That's what she's good at, playing those angles, just like when she's on the stand.
Recovery here from Dandenong as it went in the block. Alex Stock. You talked about goofy-footed athletes. It's just the way she plays, but my goodness does she play well, and she just works the ball around.
And it's very difficult to be goofy-footed, especially as an opposite out there. So she's doing a great job to get under the ball and still be able to hit through it with a bit of venom so she can hit winners.
She's got exceptional ball control on her attack. And there's Arwen into the game, but Rochelle with her first touch. Oh, Christy Langford touches about 3 metres on offence. Now, block's obviously going to be down a little bit
less.
When your net is at 2 metres 24.
So even if she's at 280, she's about 56 centimetres over that net, which is about nearly at the top of the second red one on the antenna, which is huge.
Oh, touch there on Monash. But yeah, her presence in position 2 as a blocker against the strong pass hitters of Dandenong will be a really interesting matchup. Andy Lyndon Devan, I think that might be around the wrong way there, but number 4 for Monash, rounding out their rotation as a pass hitter. And and Natasha Latka, the other middle, rounding out the starting 7.
Janelle's already been super effective with 1 winner, 1 ace. Her defence is what sets her apart a little bit as well. So look at the lineup that Dandenong have out there at the moment, full of experience. I dare say they'll probably get off to a bit more of a comfortable start. It'll be interesting to see how the Monash girls go in the first half of this first set.
Yeah, Meg Runniker's number 12, one of the middles for Dandenong, been in the Vipers squad for a few years now as the tip is picked up. And another tip, beautifully read. And there you go, down the line. That's her shot, Christy Langford.
So we just saw 2 super recoveries from Esther. So over there as the libero for Monash, which is the one in the alternate top. 2 great short pickups.
Another Viper squad member this year.
Another Viper squad member. There's a lot of them out here today.
A loss, yes. So out of system, Krista into the block, great recovery. Middle in transition is gold. Men's or women's game, doesn't matter.
Awesome control there by Meg. So she coming off an ACL injury about I think it was 2 years ago now, and now she's finally back at it, also back in the Vipers squad. So,
absolute gym rat,
Yeah.
Meg. So she's recovered. Great to see her out. Beautiful pass from Esso. The jump set from Batesy behind. And Alex Stock putting that away. Really nice play there. Don't see a lot of jump setting from Lou Bates, but absolutely has that in her toolkit.
so the notion against Dandenong has always been the more susceptible they are is usually when Louise Bates is digging the ball. So the more she sets the ball, the more effective they're going to be. So you have to be good to get her off the spot. So let's see if Monash can make her dig, because if she's setting all day and that's her job, it's going to be hard to beat.
Nice float serve from Meg. Little tight, one hand set from Millie Pasalakba. But a reach called on the block. Alex Stock not overly happy with that, but looks like she's shaking it off and going to move on. So point goes to Monash when they looked like they didn't have a chance with that. On the pipe now. Amy van der Linden putting that just wide. Nice to see the pipe. Nice aggressive pipe in the women's game.
And look, Rossi was very central there, so I don't know if it's a bit of a coaching decision by Monash to go after that sideline, but they might have some success.
Georgia Tedesco in the game, but just wide. She's going to be hard to stop. Very experienced.
And done a great job to be able to play and coach a team at P1 level. Yes, being a middle might be a little bit easier because she gets a little bit of time on the bench to remove herself, but yeah, she's got to be out there firing when they need her, just like she is there.
Great reset off a very nice pass from Arwen Verdnick, and we mentioned her at the top of the broadcast. One to keep an eye on. Not pass hitting a new role for her. Very capable, but hasn't spent a lot of time doing it in her short volleyball career so far. Little tip from the middle there, and there's Arwen. She gets so high. But
there's a dig from Louise. That's a good way to finish that point. And we've seen, look, we mentioned it a couple of times already, but Janelle Sturgeon's made 3 digs already, and that just sets up their offense. So she's a phenomenal read of the play, and now let's see how she goes around the front.
Yeah, some of that beach volleyball transitioning over to the indoor, reading, and on the defensive side of things, Krista gets the overpass. Ella McDonald swinging on that. Nice block by Lou Bates. So results in a tip from Monash, but a net touch on Dandenong. A lot going on there. Dandenong seemed to be in the box seat, but an unforced error.
That was really good play after the unforced error by Esther to still remain in the point and then make that dig recovery to be able to still win. So good job by her. She's made some good digs so far.
Janelle drifting out into the block, but opportunity now. High off the libero. Great defensive position. And there's Alex just hammering cross court again.
So we talk about that goofy footedness, Nick. When she has that right foot already planted forward, her hips are already rotating towards one. She's hit 3 balls there already. I think you'd be moving your block a little bit, or if not, setting your wall up there so she can pick some more balls up there.
Yeah, it's predominantly a cross-court hitter out of 2. So Monash just need to keep an eye on that and on their defence position as we go 10-6 early in this first set. Monash trailing Dandenong, and it's a timeout by the Monash Volleyball Club. So young Ella McDonald back at the service line for Dandenong.
We've got a superstar coaching lineup over there on the Dandenong bench with Luca, who also plays P1 at Renegades, their head coach. who's injured, with Terry McDonald over there, as well as Mark Famous. So couldn't ask for more help if they needed it.
And finding a way somehow. Monash just winning a few points that they are under when they're under a lot of pressure. And Michael Brookins sitting on the bench supporting the Monash Volleyball Club.
Yeah, we talk about superstar coaching lineups. There's also, Brookins over there who's done a lot of AVL in his time. Great run there.
Beautiful slide play. Running behind, taking off 1 foot. Meg Runnicus.
And it's a great run by Meg there to be able to do that with the same explosiveness she had before her ACL. Yeah, but as you can tell, she would be an absolute animal in the rehab zone. So it's good to see her back at full flight and being effective.
Yes, good for Dandenong and will be good for the Vipers later in the season. They're underway in about a month's time. I think September 20th, the first round of the Australian Volleyball Super League. Nice back set. Great dig from Lou Bates. And there's that line shot there.
Yeah. So she waited a little bit on that one and saw the ball go past her and was able to really control that into that 5-6 area of the court, which I think is going to be open for her all day if she can do it, because they'll be camping the other side, I would assume.
Just such great control with the wrist on the ball, Alex Stock. But here's a high ball out from Monash. And just getting that one a little bit wrong. Coach, great coaching there. You should go and stand where the ball landed. Love that.
Yeah.
Krista acknowledging that she got the read wrong there, but high wide set, you're probably swinging around in 6. She stayed line. Great reception from Roshi. Recycle. Alex with the tip.
Oh, nice shot.
It's a couple of times they've scored on the tip from position 4, Dandenong. So
now it might be a little bit of a strategy of theirs to do that when Millie's at the front, just because Christy Langford probably isn't the quickest of players in position 1, so it might be something they're trying to exploit a little bit, so they can't set her on the way back as well.
Nice reception from Amy, and she gets the set and puts it away. (13-9) to Dandenong, just holding on to this little lead as we hit the middle of this first set. Great float serve, but just so well handled by Rochelle Sisson-Lim, and there's Meg again putting that ball away. And a lot of scoring in that sort of position 1 area of the court.
And that's a great run for Meg to be available there on that C-quick when Lou was moving out to position 4 to still be there and still be available, opens up some more channels, and as the blockers might already be moving outside.
Outside to Arwen. Just over the block and down the line. So, hasn't had a lot of opportunities yet in offense, Arwen Verdnick, but hopefully they can find her a little bit more as she goes across the front row. They would need some defence, I think, more than anything. They're scoring a bit, Monash. I feel like they need to try and turn the touches on defence into an opportunity. And that's a great reception from Janelle Sturgeon. There's one. A block landing about as deep as you can.
Yeah, and we're noticing that there's a lot of balls landing in that back metre and a half at the moment that are going untouched, whether that's on attack or on block. So teams are probably getting up there nice and close. Probably need to give themselves a little bit more space on defence.
There's a better dig from Langford. It's on the Dandenong side, but they're alive and give their block a chance. High ball, Crystal Whitewood. Another great dig by Langford. Roll from Verdnick. Bump set. That's a better read on the tip. Alex Stock with the block. Great defense from Monash, but Alex Stock getting that right.
And look, we saw Roshi there. That's why she's the Vipers libero for the last few seasons. I think she made 2 or 3 tip cover pickups there and also maybe an out-of-system ball too. So she's everywhere at the same time, which is always difficult for other teams to manage.
She just covers so much court. It's so impressive. Deep float serve. Just going long. So, much better defence from Monash the last few points. They're still 4 points down. Need to start converting that into some terminations as Passalaqua serves. Another great reception. Ella McDonald with the turn. Great to see them trusting her.
Yeah, she's probably had 3 or 4 swings already in the first half of the first set, and hasn't missed one yet. That's the first one she's probably killed, but the rest of them have been in play and made them uncomfortable. So she definitely belongs. She might only be 15 turning 16, but she's definitely on the path to some good volleyball.
Another serve error for Dandenong. A couple in a row. Can Monash capitalise?
And a couple of errors in very different spots. They missed one out the back corner to one and one into the net. I'm not sure if they're going after someone or they're just trying to make them uncomfortable everywhere.
It's a great serve from Verdnick. Free ball now. And she's on attack. Easily controlled. Great dig from Passalaqua. Hitting the floor. But advantage Dandenong. Sturgeon! Just hammers the ball through the seam. We've asked 5 minutes ago for some better defence from position 1, and Passalaqua and Langford for Monash stepping up with that, but Dandenong just continue to get the job done.
And that was a nice fast set by Lou, and Janelle was already there with her arm hitched back ready to go. If they can run at that pace all day, it's going to be very hard for Georgia and Co to follow.
Nice fast offence. So tip controlled from Dandenong, high ball. And this time, sharp cross inside the double block. Beautiful turn from Sturgeon, and just got a heavy arm.
Yeah, she's definitely got that angle as well. She saw the double block. She was there early. Arm up, cut that ball across, and there was 2 defenders there that still couldn't quite cut it off.
So 18-13 to Dandenong now. They've just added to that lead. Getting deeper into this first set. There's just a little bit of crowd control, I think, from the officials. Lots of air horns and stuff in the gym today, which is brilliant. It's just where you use them and when you use them.
I believe it was a player on the bench using the cowbell, which Shane does not like. So it has to be someone in the crowd, I believe.
Fair enough. You're there to play and support, but maybe not with instruments. As an ace serve causes the timeout to be called from Monash. 19-13, commanding lead deep in this first set.
So we knew that they would get off to a good start, Dandenong, and it was how quick Monash were going to be able to get back in the set. We haven't seen that next punch from Monash, but it looks like Dandenong are in control right now. Maybe a move might need to be made soon enough to see if we can counter-attack that.
Plenty of players on the bench for both teams. Now, Vipers, Maddie, you're involved again this year. 20th of September, I believe, first round.
Yeah, first round. So looking forward to it. Still the same amount of games, same amount of teams for this season. I believe that we're at home for round 1, which will be nice.
Sounds correct.
And then we're off to Queensland the week after that, and then we've got a few home games. So, looking forward to it this year. Hopefully we can go a little bit better on the men's side than last year, and also on the women's side. They would be pretty filthy that they didn't quite get that medal, and they'll be wanting to go a little bit better than that this year.
We'll revisit Vipers again. Sure, it's another ace. Ella McDonald, she's tall and serves nice and flat with that float.
And she's got a bit of control on it now, which is nice. I think she's pretty aware of how her body works and what she can do, which is really good on the volleyball court, and she's got that heavy arm.
Great response from Amy with a beautiful pass. Great one-on-one block from Sturgeon. Oh, Krista on the floor. Monash the same. Results in beautiful touch. Lou Bates, there's so much going on there. I couldn't keep up with the entire play, but that is deft touch.
That was
from
great
the veteran.
It was great recognition from Lou off that accidental ricochet off her on touch 1. to get that third one over, and then it looks like they are attacking that left side of the court.
Another ace from Ella as we do see a change now. Young setter Eva Perovic coming on just to give a different look here late in this first set. It's 22-13. Dandenong has broken this set wide open. A nice hand reception. Christy Langford just dragging that one to the net. So nothing quite going right for Monash here. Just need to take a breath.
No, and we've all been in these situations before, Mick, where this is where if you can find a little bit of momentum or something that works in these last few points for set 2, you can get off to that quick start and then you can get that set back. But they've got to find something here, otherwise the next set might go the same way. So let's see what they do in these last 5 or 6 points.
Service error there from McDonald. A great service run from her. So Tedesco, the captain, back for Monash. Nice little 1 foot float. And there's that zone again.
Yeah.
So Eva Perovic just stepped onto the court, but they're the little things that you're a young athlete, still in high school, but they're those things that you need to be aware of when you step onto the court. She's hit 90% of the ball out of the back set to 1.
Yeah, and look, from the bench, they are probably taking a little bit of notice there, but it's a lot different when you're out there. But yeah, probably was a little bit too shallow on defence there and probably knew that ball was going to go that side.
Nice reception again from Verdnick. They go to the middle, but just wide there from Natasha Latka. And that is set points in the books for the Dandenong Volleyball Club. So 1-0 as we change ends, and we will go again. Now, I did see, getting back to the Vipers, memberships just been announced. So I saw some stuff on the social media platforms from Volleyball Victoria. So if you're interested in supporting the Melbourne Vipers, memberships are available. So even if you can't get to every game, a great way to support them. So please do some research there. I think melbournevipers.com.au, head to Volleyball Victoria, check out the socials. But plenty of information coming out. So get around your Vipers.
I think Volleyball Victoria have done a great job with the branding of the Vipers. So it's becoming a bit of a known name now in volleyball, that if it's Vipers, it means Super League, and Super League means the top level of volleyball. So it's been great to see the following that we had last year. It'd be even better to see, at these home games that we've got this year, the crowd come out and support, because there's going to be some really top-notch players out there from all teams that come to Victoria, especially our own. So it'll be good to see how it all pans out for the year.
Yes, best level of volleyball here in Australia, so get around your hometown Melbourne Vipers and get around the Super League. So Dandenong coming back out onto court, and as you would expect, no changes for the Dandenong Volleyball Club after a very dominant, particularly late in that set. But just found a little lead and just held on to that and then broke it open late. So Monash still taking a little bit of time to talk things over.
And it can be a little bit intimidating for the team that's just lost the first set in a pretty bad way, to see the team that's just beat you standing out there already with the same group in the same spots, ready to go again. So it's going to take some definite mental fortitude to be able to get off a good start here. And it looks like Monash are going with the same starting 6 as they did last set. So Millie Pasalaka is back on, and it looks like she's starting in 5.
Yep.
So that's obviously a choice made by Georgia to try and get some good matchups. We'll see how that goes. It didn't quite work last set.
See how long they stick with this lineup, but I think give them another chance to adjust and improve on the first set. Here we go. Esther SO in with a great pass in a difficult situation, but that ball just too wide from Millie Pasawakwa. My bad, she says. On to the next one.
And we're seeing a team that's trying to play a nice, fast brand of volleyball. It obviously is probably new at it this year because there's a lot of new players for this Monash team. And sometimes you make those errors.
Great reception from Vernick. And off the block and out from Christy Langford. A great start by her. Roshi under pressure, but still a great pass. So easy ball, high ball for Monash, roll, easily picked up. Great defence, Esso. And a much better swing there from Amy out of 4. Really going after it, hitting that ball hard through the seam.
Yeah, we're seeing both teams probably with a lot of off-pace and roll shots at the moment. If you can get in a good spot and have a go at it, you might get those results like we saw just then.
There we go. A rare error from Rochelle Sisson Lim, just putting that ball too tight for Lou Bates.
And look, that's the way you can get Monash. If you serve well and lose under pressure on the spot, it makes it difficult. Here we go. And again, we're seeing some success with making Lou get off the spot here and have to play around on the court, something that she's not strong at the moment. So it'll be interesting to see if they can keep serving well.
And I think that 6'5" seam, and particularly Krista Whitewood, who nails that pass, seems to be their zone as Christy Langford swings down the line, picked up. Blocking from Amy. Good to see her involved in the game, nice and early.
And we're seeing some pressure being put on by Monash here on attack and on serve, which is great. And hopefully they can continue that because you will have some success against this team if you can hit the ball hard.
It's a 5-1 lead to Monash jumping out of the gates, and that's probably a wise timeout for Dandenong. Just settle down. Plenty of time left in this set.
And we saw then a nice tight. It was a bit too tight, that set, to Janelle behind there.
Yep.
But we saw her try and recycle, but the block was too good to be able to let them do that, and that's what Monash have to do.
Yeah, a bit of risk reward with a recycle. You get it a little bit wrong, or your cover's not there, it can find the floor, but certainly something we see a lot more of in today's game. So Monash, a very energetic start, which is fantastic to see from this younger group.
And just like all young groups, if you give them a sniff and they're hanging around, they will take off, and that confidence can be super high.
Well handled there from Whitewood. She definitely seems to be the target on reception. And Sturgeon hammering that ball one-on-one.
Yeah, you can tell that Lou likes to use her when she needs a point, and so far Janelle hasn't let her down yet. So, yeah, phenomenal player.
Arwen challenged short with that serve and just got a hand on it but can't control.
I think from what I've seen the last set and this set, they're going after Arwen a little bit here. She doesn't look super comfortable on serve reception. Let's see if she hits it again.
I think it's the short ball.
There you go. Good pass.
Good reach from Millie. Nice read from Esso. They're in system here. Langford! Run a bit of inside out there, but it works for her.
And it was a good choice. Good choice by Millie to push her hips through that ball, set that ball behind where she had a little bit more space to hit that ball cross. So that was a good effort, good shot selection as well. We saw Lou try and cheat there and try and get in, and then they hit her spot. They might try and do that a little bit more, I believe.
Time going after Janelle as the set's wide for Whitewood, and she puts it wide in return. So see where they go with the serve again. They have been going after Krista, but change up down the line there. Maybe trying to get that ball coming in over Lou Bates's
there it is there,
shoulder. Yeah, going again. Better set. Great hustle from Monash. Insistent, no block. Arwen Lerdnick putting her hand up, saying, sorry team, I made the wrong read there. So free net for Alex Stock, and she puts it away.
Yeah, dangerous move to leave her open on the front line. But yeah, if Lou's been able to be that deceptive to think that's going to go somewhere else, sometimes you just make the wrong read.
So SO passes off the net, the set's on the net, but somehow Monash come away with it. I don't think Millie quite hit that one clean, but we love to see a set a kill.
You'd be surprised how often that ball works when you don't hit it well and everyone thinks you're gonna, and it just gets the defence uncomfortable there.
I think miss hits were my best shot, mate.
I think mine as well.
Yeah, good call there. You can farm the bench. We'll get into that in a second. Alex Stock, such a sharp angle cross court.
We're seeing Michael Bookins here, who I believe this is the first time I've seen him on the Monash bench this year, Mick. And
I haven't been to a lot of games, so
and it seems like he is locked in.
he's a very extroverted gentleman, but good to see him back in and around volleyball. He has got a long time history with Monash, as a little bit of confusion there and ball hitting the ground. So Dandenong, that timeout's worked for him a little bit. They've found a little bit of momentum as we are 8-6 now. Misconnection there in the middle, and the ball just popped up beautifully on the net. Ella McDonald says thank you very much.
And look, Ella McDonald gets good sets from Lou usually, but that would be one of the better ones that she's had today. Popped up nicely in the spot from her opponent, and when sometimes it's see ball, hit ball, and that's what she did really well there. So we've just had, look, Millie's setting a nice fast ball, but I believe it's just dying a little bit. So Arwen's finding it hard to hit that ball down the line when it's dipping a little bit. Millie's going to have to push it just a little bit higher, just so she has a choice on where to hit rather than dictating where she's got to hit.
Great reception from SO. Millie going for the tip. I like the idea, maybe a little bit too far off the net for her, but
yeah, very difficult to pull that move off when you're 2 metres off the net, but that's when sometimes it can be most effective, but people don't see it coming. But unfortunately, she missed that one.
Timeout Monash now, as the gap has closed 8-all. Just a little bit of offense connection for Monash on the outsides, in the middle as well. We know they're strong there with Tedesco. They haven't quite been able to get her going yet, so I think that's going to be key for them. Try and find her, keep that standing on block and defence under pressure with the first tempo quick ball. Would be a great benefit to Monash.
And it's just what they need to. They need to be able to unlock all the court, and they need to be able to hit the ball at a decent pace. Otherwise, Roshi and all these good defenders they've got over there is going to eat those digs up and hit them back twice as hard. So let's see if they can attack here. There we go, much better.
Swing. She's, as we talked about, Christy Langford, so high. She hits that back row ball so well. Just sort of bit of backdoor, a bit over the top, hitting towards 6. Out of reach from Rochelle. Don't give her a chance to touch the ball because she's too good.
Yeah, and that's a skill. Like, if you can be that tall and hit from that high of an angle, it's a skill that other players just simply can't have, and she's got it, and now she's got to put it to use.
Little back spinner from Millie, the slide, great dig. They have to give up the free ball. Another slide, Ella McDonald goes bang.
It's just awesome to see Lou Bates put the faith in her to be able to hit that ball. So great reset there by Lou. Awesome to see Ella be able to hit 2 of those balls nice and cleanly. First one, great dig. Second one, great shot selection.
And she hits the first one sharp cross, the second one down the line. It's great control from her at her age. Long ball out to Langford. Reverse now. Popping up. So they give up the tip, Monash. Chance standing on. Off the block and out.
Now we've seen it on both sides, Mick, a little bit so far, is the libero digging what we call the pipe ball, the backcourt ball in the middle of the court, to no avail so far on both teams. So it'll be interesting to see if that ball that the libero takes, get that out to the sticks, let them play high and athletic at the front, rather than the emergency pipe is what we would call it from the back.
Great serve. Sandy Bowen on court to serve, and that dropped out of nowhere. Good luck trying to pass that.
Great serve. And they're obviously going after Arwen regardless of where she is on the court. And look, unfortunately,
I don't think anyone was getting that.
Nah, that made it look very hard to pass.
Nice reception, Esso. Better height out to Langford. Good turn, but just wide. That's a good swing. Just missed.
And it's a much better set. So Millie's just got to look at the difference here between you can play fast and you can also play fast and high. She's got to play fast and high so these girls can still hit the ball at a nice height and not getting crammed and having to hit from their elbows.
Beautiful reception. Change up now. The combination in the middle, but Doug. Great chase from Amy.
It's a nice high set there to get them back in system.
Esso is just everywhere at the moment. They're in. Free ball given up.
Lou
Bates.
Now, as a setter myself, Mick, nowhere near as good as Lou, she knew as soon as she set that ball that was going in that back corner. You can tell as soon as it comes off the hand. Now we're seeing a veteran come on the court here. We're seeing Beth Smerelli come on the court.
Just trying to settle as Dandenong just on another long service run as they did in the first set. So 14-9 now. But everything's just on a platter for Dandenong. The delivery to the set is good. Lou's doing a great job to all the hitters. And they're putting the ball away as we see a change from Monash. So same change as first set, but a lot earlier. So Eva Perovic, the young setter, coming on for Pasaraqua.
So we saw Millie probably, some of her sets were probably just not in quite the right spot. Options were okay. Now let's see if we can get some different options here with a different setup.
And straight away she goes to the middle, and it wasn't perfect, but it created the opportunity, and Tedesco scores. So great sign early on.
And that's what happens with a lot of setters. Sometimes when you're out there for a while, you can get stuck in the zone of, I need to set this ball to this player. Sometimes you've just got to get the ball in the middle of the court just so you can keep them a little bit longer and open it up later on.
Nice serve from Cimarelli. Tips picked up. There's that.
Yeah, bad luck.
Just too tight and a net touch. Perovic doing everything she could.
She's a nice tall setter, isn't she, Mick?
She'd be the tallest person on the court, I would think. I can't remember off the top of my head, maybe 190 something. Good, she takes control. High ball, but controlled from Dandenong. Surgeon with the power tip down the line.
Now that you can see, even when Arwen and these girls are back on the court, they're still going after that side of the court. So it looks like it doesn't matter who's there. They want to attack through one, and so far, so good for Dandenong.
Great reception. Tedesco tips that ball down nicely.
She's she takes the ball from a great height, Nick, which is just a whole different area for Georgia to get into so she can hit some balls. So she's 2 for 2 so far with Eva on the court. It's been good so far.
So young Sophie Kay coming on the court for Amy van der Linden. Pass hitter, number 71.
And it's good to see her get a run. I believe she's in year 11 at McKinnon now. So yeah, another young player coming on to get her run.
And straight into the game on defence, but didn't stand a chance. That is a very sharp swing from Janelle Sturgeon, hitting the 3 metre line cross court from position 4. Yeah, Sophie, and you can far and away the best K volleyballer.
Definitely.
Let's just get that out there nice and early. Nice reception from Sophie Kay. And there's that quick attack we've been asking for. But controlled from Monash, controlled by Dandenong. And out on the Be Quick from Meg Runnickers. Good to see a little bit of quick attack from both teams.
We're seeing a nearly completely different group out here for Monash now, which sometimes brings different energy. And so far, they've been pretty competitive for this small chunk of time they've been on.
Well, they're running out of time as it's 18-12. And Dandenong just, again, breaking this set open as they did in the first. Block is recycled. Another block from Monash. Down ball. And they go middle again, and it works. It wasn't pretty, but it works.
Yeah. And look, they haven't been pretty through the middle so far, but since Eva's been on, they've been 3 for 3 in there. And look, the scoreboard may not reflect the competitiveness that they've got right now, but I think they might be onto something here. So let's see how long they run with this and see how successful they are. And look, Janelle Sturgeon very unlucky there.
Yep, some good blocking there, particularly Natasha Latko doing a good job getting out to different balls. Sophie probably caught a little bit too far in and a little bit slow as that ball's hammered down the line.
So they seem to be really worried about the middle of the court right now, Monash, when they've got some serious talent on the wings, especially when Janelle's been in 2 these last couple of rotations, and for some reason they're loading up on Meg, and Janelle's hit 2 out of 2 the last couple of times. Got to change the way they go about it there.
The tip from Perovic is blocked. Great read by Whitewood. Yeah, it was the same with some of the other Monash outside, wing blockers, just starting a bit too far in and too keen to help. It's not your first job. Your first job is your primary attacker, and then you can help from there if you need to and if you can. But that doesn't mean getting your feet all the way into the middle of the court. It's just about taking out some space. So some little tactical adjustments need to be made by Monash.
And we talk a little bit, Mick, about what's called show and take on block, where it looks like Sophie Kay standing really close to that middle blocker for Dandenong anyway, and not really moving out quick enough. So Lou's probably seen that and thinking, I've got, a couple of steps here I can get her, and has done it quite well so far. So it looks like they might need to change their starting spots just so they can get in better spots.
We'll see if Monash can keep adjusting as Dandenong storming their way to the end of this second set. So Sturgeon to serve for Dandenong. Targeting Kay again, but she delivers a really nice ball in.
There we go.
And Christy Langford, not quite what she drew up, but it found the floor.
They've found success when the ball's been high enough for their hitters to have a hit at. So it just looks like they need to adjust and play fast, but also push that ball just that little bit higher so their taller players can play at the top of their reach, which is a different area that Daniel have to defend from.
Yeah, they've got to play to their strengths a little bit. Score. Not you. No touches there. No, look clearly out from our vantage point. From Whitewood, looking for some hands. 2015 now.
I have a feeling if Lou needs a point, this ball's going to go behind.
Yeah. Great reception. Yeah, great
goes.
call behind.
Oh,
Blocked and recovered.
Yeah,
they
2 in a row.
Reset.
Yeah.
It's a great dig by Langford, but just can't keep it in court.
And look, you may know where that ball's going. You've still got to stop it, and that's where these players are very good. And look, Lou needed a point. She ended up setting that ball behind, and then Alex was able to put it away. Took her a couple of goes, but yeah, great.
You give her multiple opportunities, she's gonna get there. She said the angles that she can find on the court are incredible. Great reception from Kay. Cimarelli Hasn't had a lot of opportunities on attack.
I think I'm game enough to say this, Mick, though I believe after seeing Sophie Kay out here today, she would be the most comfortable Kay on reception.
Hopefully her brothers are watching and taking a few notes.
Yeah. Now, it's a very high standard there because there has been some what we call dirty sets, I guess, where that was a setter, made not so clean set, got called straight away. There's been some non-setters setting worse than that, so it's interesting to see how Shane does that for the rest of the game.
Went where it was supposed to go, but
on their side as well.
Yeah. Anyway, we move on, and Natasha Lapka putting that ball away. A little bit more to her would be great.
And look, they're not hitting the ball super hard through the middle, but they've been able to create one-on-ones and they've been able to hit off the defenders and win points. I believe they're 4 for 4 now.
And the angles, they're hitting sharp.
And it made it a little bit different when Roshi wasn't on the court then. It'll be interesting to see how they go when she is.
Getting on from the middle that time, and just a little drift across from Ella McDonald around the block and just hammering the libero.
What a great apprenticeship to have, to be this cog in this machine over here for Ella McDonald with the likes of Lou Bates and Janelle Sturgeon, all these girls that can look after her each week.
A beautiful ball right into the seam, and just a little bit of confusion on whose ball that is. So an ace dials up the end of the set. So Dandenong commanding again in that second set. To love. We're going to put some advert commercials on. I'm just going to check this spot.
And we're back for the start of set 3 here with Dandenong up 2-0. We've got a pretty similar lineup for Monash at the start of set 3 with all their players back on court. And for Dandenong, we've got one change being made to their starting 6 with Leah Quartel on the court after coming off a pretty successful under-21s campaign in Adelaide. Definitely up to the level. It'll be interesting to see how she goes in this set.
Alex, just that crafty control, just off the net, turns that ball down the line. She's been doing that for a long time. Yeah, great juniors campaign, which you and I were both involved in, Matt, in Adelaide earlier this year with the 19s, 21s and 23s. And Leah Quartel, a big part of that gold medal for Victoria in the under-21s. This free ball comes back for Dandenong. There she is.
Yeah, great swing off hands. She's a phenomenal player. I'm surprised. Oh, look, it's a tough team to crack into, but if she was playing on any other team, she'd be starting on that wing and probably having a very successful season.
Yeah, really just took off a few years ago, just really excelled, and she just goes after it. Plays really aggressively. Free ball again, given up. Dandenong in the box seat, but Quartel again, that time. Trying to turn down the line, but a little bit of net, a little bit of arm.
And look, Monash are going to find it really tough in this set if they're going to give away down balls or free balls, which are the easier ones to get back in. And as you can see, the Dandenong reception and defence is just getting them back on the spot every time.
Nice reverse. Maybe not quite there to swing at, but she goes anyway, Ella. She loves to have a swing on the Paradise balls.
It's a great attitude to have too. If you're good enough and you want to go after it and it's in the spot, why not?
So, just an update. I've just done a little reconnaissance mission, and I can see Javier Yang helping me out in the chat. The couple of courts away from us, the Premier 1 men's semi-final, Yarra Monash, is 2-0 to Monash. So, starting the third set. So thanks to Jave for putting the scores in the chat for us, and a shout out to him and to Finn here soaking up the volleyball today. If you're out and about wherever you are in Victoria, or if you are interstate watching the feed, if you've got any questions or comments, feel free to put them in the chat. Great pass from Esso. Great pick up from McDonald, but advantage Monash. A little bit of help from the tape.
So it looks like now Millie's back out there. She's having another go at this. She's setting some different options now. She was getting a little bit stuck just setting out to 4, out to 2 pretty routinely. She got one through the middle there to a nice run, a nice early run, and nearly got the point. So they've just got to open up their options a little bit.
Yeah. Great reception. Great dig. Pasalakwa. Langford. Recycle, reset. Great blocking from Quartel. Arwen high off the hands. And out of system, had to tip Quartel. Didn't quite nail it, but some great volleyball in there.
Yeah, we're seeing some good digs now. You know, Millie's strength is her defence and being able to move around the court quickly, so if she can make those digs that are coming across the one,
I wonder if they'll play Perovic across the front and Millie across the back, just for some blocking and some variety. Just keep an eye on that, but Meg Radica, there's 2 blocks there, just found a way through the seam.
Yeah, cut that ball straight through the seam, and you know, we talk about middles trying to be early enough to be able to do that. If you're early, you'll be able to create those seams and hit those winners, even if the block is kind of there.
So a little tight, and Radica's just takes advantage, just pushes that one down. So Dandenong just looking comfortable. It's early days, but they just look a little bit more comfortable in this third set. Much better from Esso.
Now that was forced through the middle there, Mick. That was a B quick, which is our longer quick that we call a B. And look, Millie's trying to really push that ball to that middle. And look, Georgia's a great middle, and the more ball that she gets, the better for their team.
Yeah, we've spoken about that a little bit. An opportunity for Tedesco. She puts it down on the Paradise ball. Yeah, we've spoken about it a little bit. I think middle is key for Monash. They're good attackers in the middle, and it'll make life easier on the wings for where their younger players are as well.
And let's see if they can keep doing this for a long period of time. We saw it for about 10 minutes. We've got to see it for a full set.
That's beautiful reception from Sturgeon, getting pushed into the corner.
And look, you'd be trying to take that angle away from her, because Meg's trying to hit that ball back to one on purpose, I believe, to go after that one defender. You try and funnel them to Esther, make her hit to the libero.
Bortel with a bit of a hybrid-y serve, just goes long.
Now, out of those three people here that you can see in the passing row for Dandenong, there's only one person you'd be going after, and it won't be Janelle, and it shouldn't be Roshi.
Yeah, we'll see. I think she was going cross-court, but Vernick pulls that down into the net as we go 8-7 to Dandenong. Yeah, they've just got to be so much more precise, Monash, and that's just a big challenge, particularly for a slightly younger squad. They've got to be precise on their offense, precise on their serving, and that's a great swing.
That's a great swing.
Outer system. I agree with you. I'm not a huge fan of the outer system pipe, but it's something we see a lot in the women's game, and with people like Arwen, for some women, they're going to hit that a little better, and Arwen Verdick can certainly get up and put that away like she just did.
Yeah, that's her number one skill, hitting the ball extremely hard.
Slide from off the net. Oh, net touch called. We can see that net bouncing up and down from our vantage point, and absolutely zero complaints.
Yeah, which is a bit of a shame, because they were in the right spot on block. Yep. They got the set that they wanted. Ella spooned it out the back, which she doesn't do too often, and then unfortunately let them off the hook. And they're out of row here, Monash, because Millie's in 2 and Langford's meant to be over in 5, and the net refs missed it. So they're lucky there to get away with that one.
Error from Dandenong. So Langford into the front row now. So they're stronger lineup from Monash. Can they make a bit of an impact on the service, on the scoreboard, I should say?
Yeah.
She's drifting in to her right, turns it back to the left, off the block and out.
And a well-formed block too.
Yeah, and the biggest block, arguably the biggest block on the court in Christy Langford. So she just continues to impress with what she can do with the ball. Alex Stock. And timeout called by Monash.
So we're back after the timeout. We've got Janelle Sturgeon on serve, who has a very, very deadly float serve. I'm guessing with our setter for Monash standing in 1, that she's either going to hit that number 4 and make it really hard for the setter, or they might just continue going after Arwen like they've done all day.
Into that 6-1 seam. SO, I think, stepping in and taking a lot of those seams, as she should, and as Roshi should do for Dandenong as well. So score through the middle there for Monash. Good to see.
Look, another one through the middle. Not a clean hit, but they're getting what they want there. They're getting winners, and if that's what they're after, they just got to keep going after it there.
Sturgeon, well delivered.
Nice pick up.
Again, another defensive touch from Monash, but not to their advantage. It's to Dandenong's advantage. And Alex, when that ball does drift out for her, she can find that line.
She's playing really well at the moment. And look, Lou would know that, and why not feed the hot hand for the next little bit?
Little conversation between referees in between these points. Very short, sharp conversation. Air horns again in the wrong location. Directly behind the score bench, it probably isn't a great spot.
That's an interesting one. I don't really know the actual rules behind all this stuff because it looks like he's outside the play space. So,
and that ace down the line. Is it an ace? No call from the line ref saying she didn't see it. Shane needed some assistance with the call, and fair enough. If he didn't see it and the lines ref didn't see it,
yeah,
replay. But
yeah, we'll see if she can do that again because it looked in from up here, Mick.
Recycle from Monash. Reverse to Langford, but controlled. Dandenong just defending so well today. And through the seam, Portell.
And look, the strength of Dandenong is when Janelle is in 6, they're just going to get so many balls up, and with Roshi next to her 90% of the time, just a really hard defence to get through.
Yep, it's been a very impressive defensive effort as McDonald puts that one into the tape. So
and look, Ella can't be too upset with that.
She's been serving well.
I believe she's got licence to go for it, and look, you're going to miss a couple when you're going for it.
Nice footwork from Sturgeon, reverse. Just hammering cross court.
Everything she's touching turns to gold at the moment. I think the last 4 or 5 that she's hit have been winners. So, look, going to be hard to stop now when they're up and rolling like this, standing on.
Still close on the scoreboard. 3 points. Just jumped out to 3 points, but Monash well and truly in this as the middle comes up trumps again for Monash. But so far, the experience of Dandenong has been too much for Monash, but they're hanging around. And 13-12.
Here's your sub that you called before, Mick. So off Millie Pastelacqua, and on is Eva Perovic to front court set.
This has got.
There's that emergency pipe again for the tip that doesn't work. And Portal into the net again on the pretty nice set out wide. Just got to be able to hit that ball a little bit higher to play off the hands.
So just confirming, I think the score on the live stream is incorrect. We have 13-all in the stadium. And Monash, bit of service pressure, which is something they absolutely need.
Yeah, and look, Lou tried to do the little setter dump. Didn't quite get it to go to the spot, into the net, and now Monash have got 2 quick ones back in a row.
Great reception again in the deep corner from Sturgeon. That time! Tedesco getting the angle right on block, but in the end doesn't matter because it was a foot fault on Alex Stock. And just confirming the scores live in the venue is 15-13 to Monash, as they've gone on a nice little run, and timeout Dandenong. So just a little bit of energy and execution that we've been asking for from Monash, and they go on a little run, trying to keep this semi-final alive.
And just a little bit of belief that they can be in front, stay in front, hit winners, and it looks like there's a little bit there now. Let's see if they can hang on in the back end of this set. But we've spoke about it a little bit here at the moment, Mick. The middle of the court for Monash has been their friend so far.
Yep.
And now I believe that they've spoken about it, and now they're forcing it through, and they're getting the results. So let's see if Dandenong can counter here.
Dandenong really haven't given them an opportunity to be comfortable and to get into rhythm and go on a run. So credit to Dandenong for that. As
then you go
exactly
and let them off
what
the
you
hook.
don't want.
Yeah, you let them off the hook after the timeout. Everyone points to the coach, says one to you.
Well. And regardless of it being after a timeout, just You're on a bit of a roll. Keep your serves in. Give your block and defence a chance. Portell returns the favour. I don't know if she's trying to float or trying to spin there, but she's just missed the last couple.
Yeah, I think that's where she's probably missed that one. Probably getting stuck between which one she was going after. So a nice little cameo there. A couple of errors, but also very effective on the front line. And now we're back with Krista Whitewood to see if they can finish this set.
Again, targeting Sturgeon. Roshi setting. How's the angle? And they don't quite look ready for that in defence. So the off blocker. You don't defend a lot, but you've got to be ready. And Janelle, it's not the first time she's hit there.
So in the men's game, that zone over there is what we call zone 9, just outside the 3 metre line in that sharp cross court. Gets hit a lot from 4. It's seen in the women's game here. It's very hard to stop.
Esso getting stretched, but a good delivery. Got a good pickup. Danny on now.
I feel like we've seen that shot before on the sand. Nice high ball, stands under it, plays with the wrist, off the hands.
I don't know if she hit that cleanly, but it doesn't matter. Into the block and down. Didn't have an opportunity to transition, makes it difficult.
Now Lou's very wide here on her block. That's a great serve.
That is so flat. Yeah, Lou's never really been a swing blocker. It probably plays to her strength for her style of blocking. So be a bit wider, be a bit more up and down, just be in the right spot. I won't mention her age on there either, Matt, but I think we can...
Lou would thank you for that one as well.
Let's just say we went to high school together. And she's still playing very well as she delivers that out. Opportunity Monash. The nick on the pipe, but Roxy. That's a great set. And a better block. Perovic, there's that height. We talked about her playing across the front. And there she is.
And look, one-on-one, it's always hard to get that block one-on-one, especially against Janelle, who's got those angles from the sand. But yeah, good spot, good hands, get the result.
Tedesco, short serve. Off the net, Sturgeon, great read that time. Verdnick again. Again, well dug. Ooh, fast. Oh, Eva! It's the hardest ball when it comes off your hands as a blocker and goes directly above you and you're just looking around. That's the one area you don't really see. So Sturgeon working off the block well.
They're getting the good touch on the block now, Monash. Now can they pick it up and hit the ball back? We're seeing...
It's the same with their floor defence. Getting good touches.
Yeah. They just got to be able to counter-attack.
Oh, that looked like she was going to crush it. But yes, needed a little bit more speed. But we see them trying to find that middle again.
But they're getting with the ball where they want it. Now can they put it away and hang in this set?
So Monash drop a point behind after a handy little lead. Great back set. But the defence has just been spot on. Roshi getting the hands out. She doesn't often hand set. She loves it.
And they don't come out clean. But look, good enough to get out there to have a swing at. Just unfortunately missed that back corner.
Still a nice delivery from Roshi, the little jump set. But yeah, missing the hands and out. And there's that reverse substitution. So Millie playing across the back, Eva playing across the front. Roshi's bump setting is just phenomenal. We haven't seen it a lot today. We haven't needed to see it a lot today. As Esso on the bump set, recovery and a carry called as Monash scrambling to keep the ball alive. So 2019 for Dandenong. We're at the business end of this set and a late call is out by the lines ref. Dandenong they were celebrating.
Yeah.
I couldn't quite see from this angle.
No, the ref's team was in the way for us. Both teams were celebrating like they won the point. Unfortunately, only one can win it.
I think good chance there was a player in between Shane and the ball and lines ref took her time but made a call. And Shane goes with it. So 20 all. Business time here in the third. Tight ball. Easy for Monash here. Yeah, that ball is too fast.
Yeah, it's too fast. Yeah, she didn't transition enough. She probably could have made a different call there. But yeah, Millie wants to play fast. I don't know if it's a directive of the team or she just likes that way, but something's got to give if they're going to get this set.
Arwen may be waiting for the ball to come out to her a little bit as well. She might be able to cut that off, but that's a great serve. Causes the error in the end on the Monash side. Now a very handy 2-point break for Dandenong. 22-20 and a timeout from Monash. So Dandenong in the box seat. 22-20 up in this third set semi-final. At State Volleyball Centre.
Yeah, ever since COVID, Mick, we've probably come out of that in a little bit better spot somehow, with people wanting to watch volleyball, wanting to see more content. So we've been lucky that Super League's been in a good spot as well to get us out there, and also being on KO this year, the Super League, which is a huge get.
Back set from Pasalakwa. Nice swing, Langford off the block. And just State League, the participation in State League has grown exponentially post-COVID. So great to see the community out in force today. So 21-20, Sue Monash fighting to keep this set alive. Bump set from Bates is very well delivered. And Monash watched the ball hit the floor.
Yeah, they got what they wanted. Lou to bump set the ball. It's a bit slower. They have to play the ball in court. Monash should have probably picked that one up and hit that one back. So crucial times here.
You got to hit the floor for the ball, particularly at 22-21, but you should be hitting the floor all the time. Esso, nice pass. Too low. Good speed, but too low.
It's just too low again. Yeah, she's got to get herself under the ball to be able to give her best chance to set the good ball. Unfortunately, probably spun into that one a little bit. Couldn't quite see probably where that B quick was.
Match point, Dandenong. High ball to Langford. Control. Middle, great block. There's that bump set we talked about.
Come on, go.
Monash had the opportunity. Couldn't convert. The little broken play from Dandenong.
Yeah, it just seemed like in those last couple of points that Monash probably weren't as switched on as what they'd like to be on defence there. Unfortunately, they don't get to go again next week, so they had to give it all there. But credit to Dandenong, super team, super defensively, got some big hitters, and they've got the engine in Lou that gets out there and runs the show pretty well and has done for a long time. So well done, Dandenong.
They played. What did they do wrong today?
Yeah.
Not really anything.
There wasn't much.
Nothing that jumps out, really.
The only thing you could probably say is the middle's probably got on top of them a little bit from Monash in that third set, but still they were able to counter with the wings being able to hit so many winners back, so can't win them all. Good job, Dandenong.
And I think that last point maybe sums up Monash's game a little bit. Lots of touches on the ball, couldn't quite turn that into clean, efficient offense. So, and maybe a characteristic of a younger team versus a veteran team.
Yeah, I think they'll be very hungry to come back next year. Good. Counter-attacking is really hard in volleyball at the moment, especially when teams are hitting the ball hard and have got a lot of control on the ball. But yeah, if you can be a really good counter-attacking team like Dandenong were today, you can get to a grand final. So well done.
Yeah, congratulations to the Dandenong Volleyball Club commanding victory 3-love in the first semi-final for the Women's Premier 1 here in the Victorian Volleyball League. Monash, a good season. They are finished until next year. Certainly a lot of young talent and a lot of promise over on that Monash side, and that's some of the organic steps when you're a younger team. Just make the finals a little bit tough next year, make it again, do a bit better, and just taking those steps forward. So we hope to see them back and taking steps forward in their volleyball next year. So up next, Maddie, we'll have a little break, but we have the second semi-final for today, the Yarra Rangers Volleyball Club versus the Heidelberg Volleyball Club, and we'll get you a bit of information on them when we return. For now, we'll take a little break.
strike goal. Strike goal. Strike goal. Strike goal. Strike goal. point goal.
Okay, I think we're live. Semi-final number 2 for today for the Premier 1 women. Yarra Rangers versus Heidelberg. Now, Yarra finished first, 15-1 for the season. Had a win in the first round versus Dandenong 3 sets to 1. That gives them technically on paper the lower ranked winner from the regular season. That turns out to be Heidelberg. They finished 4th on the ladder, 11-5 record. They got pushed very well by the Volley Friends United Volleyball Club, 15-13 in the 5th, which I think was a bit unexpected to everyone, but they got it done. They're here in the semi-final. Now, joined again by Matt Berry. Now, the matchups through the year, Matty, 2 wins to Yarra, 2-0 in terms of two matchups, both taken by Yarra through the season. One of them did go to 5, but everything on paper says Yarra's game.
Yeah, and we've seen, look, it's unfortunate for Heidelberg they lost a stalwart through the middle there, Alana Hassel, at the very start of the season. Had to do a bit of a call out to the community to get an extra medal in there and then find a way to make it work and get to this point. So it'll be interesting to see how they've gelled throughout that season and see if they can get off to a good start. Because, look, Yarra on the other side over there have some wily veterans, you could say now, and some pretty strong
young veterans, almost there. They've got some players that have played a lot of volleyball, AVL, Vipers, State League, all kinds of stuff, been around for a long time, but certainly wouldn't say they're an old team. But control block to start, out of system. Nikita Perrell tipping, Glenn Thornton, great dig. And the tip gets the job done, and first point to Heidelberg. I think a bit of a mixture of experience and youth for Heidelberg. Likes of Mary Dempster, a very seasoned campaigner. You got some young guns in James Lysette, Ruby Smith, and then a bit of a mix in between Nikita Perrell. Certainly been around the volleyball scene for a number of years now. Maddie Britton, great swing on the A-quick. So a bit of a mixture for them and some experience on the bench. Certainly Susie Lysette, if we see her on court, been a dominant player in State League for a long time. Again, one of those players we may not mention her age on the stream.
Probably appreciate that as well.
Yeah.
But has been around for a long time, done a lot of great things in volleyball.
Maddie's on board now.
Sorry everyone, technical difficulties, but we're back.
Imagine a puppy with a leash in its mouth. So yes, experience a bit more on the side all round for Yarra.
And we've got Isabella Matichevsky out there for Heidelberg, starting very wide as well. Must be a bit of a trend in the girls' volleyball to have that outside blocker, be wide, be ready, rather than chasing, swinging, flailing hands. Let's see if that's successful in this game.
Just watching warm-up, certainly a faster tempo, I think, to the outside, certainly from Michaela Faltine, who is starting with the setting duties. As we see a high set. There's that nice tempo out. It's not super fast, not super high. Just moving through the air nicely and put away. Glenn Thornton super explosive on the left side, and Molly Catherine as the opposite. Just great hops, great power.
It's good to see her back
American
at full
products.
back at full flight. Also, is going to do some Vipers this year as well.
Great pass, Ruby Smith. Ooh, talk about power, James Lysette has plenty of that. Ruby Smith, one to watch, the libero for Heidelberg. Her reception is really nice. She's still only 17 years old. Same with James Lysette, number 7 on the outside. But
a family full of liberos, those Smiths, aren't they? So another one that's come up and is very talented.
Great cover from Amy Clare, the libero. So Michaela Faltine, the long-standing libero for Yarra, moved to setting. Amy Claire into... sorry, not Amy Claire. I've got that completely wrong. Amy Leslie. The libero for Yarra.
And, you know, very interesting to see Michaela take on a setting role at this stage of her career after being such a very successful libero in her own right, and now has tried to move into a role that doesn't really, you know, go to her strengths, which was defence and passing. Now she's got to get that ball and distribute it to all those hitters. So an interesting starts over Liana Konjarski, who's in the Vipers squad, and also looks like they're double subbing here.
Reynolds, M. Reynolds, one of their go-to attackers, so some double subbing. I mean, that goes from that last set from Mick Faltine was absolutely mint to the outside, so she has settled into a new role, sharing those duties with Liana. Great block in the middle from Kiara. A big presence, a big physical presence there. She's tall and athletic. There's M. Reynolds into things. Opportunity now, Yarra Neither. Nice fast ball. Gwen Thornton. She's got the ability. You saw one sharp cross earlier in the set. 2 balls down the line now. She's going to be hard to stop.
Oh yeah, she's a phenomenal player, and she's been doing really well at Vipers level the last couple of seasons. And yeah, really puts in and does a great job for this Yarra group in State League. Takes a heavy offensive load there.
Matuszewski just got under that one a little bit and couldn't control. So, yeah, when you look around the Yarra lineup, there is a lot of AVL and AVSL veteran and success gold medals out on the court. So, going to be a challenge there for Heidelberg as they just break down a little bit there.
Yeah, I think they're pretty prone, this Heidelberg team, to make errors very quickly, which costs them points in bunches. So it'll be interesting to see if they can steady the ship, calm down, get back in this game. Otherwise, yeah, they can lose points very quickly.
Nice reception from Smith. Fast ball, last set, hammers, great dig by Konjarski, but they can't control. I feel like some similar themes from our first game. Dandenong with a lot of veteran presence, and the just went on runs. They were able to win points in bunches. Monash losing them, went on little runs as Yulton puts the pipe out. So,
and look, Yarra, when you look at both teams on court, overall, there's more experience on the Yarra side of the court than there is the Heidelberg side, especially at this top level. And I believe there's going to be a lot of wing hits in this game rather than through the middle.
I would agree. And that's a nice fast ball out to James Lysette, and she's off to a very nice start. Really found her way this year. Last year probably was playing P1 and needed a little bit more time. This year definitely found her place, and now is a pretty potent offensive weapon for Heidelberg. That is a great dig from Smith, sliding into that one. Fast ball out. And Reynolds, I think, looking for hands, but none there. So, look, if Smith can keep defending like that, that's going to go a long way for him
if
today.
she can defend like this for a long period of time, they're going to be very hard to beat in this game. Now, Mick, I'm going to ask you to put your reputation on the line here.
Ooh.
Who are you going to pick to win this game? Now, I know you're a big Yarra man.
I'm going with Yarra.
Yeah.
It's not too much of a question from me. The lines ref in front of us says touch, and the head ref signalled the wrong way for a second there, but we're on track now. Yeah, I think the experience, the record for the season, for me, puts Yarra in the box seat for this game. Are you going to counter that at all? Or?
I actually think I am. I think I'm going to go... I think Heidelberg are going to get up here. I don't think they're going to start as strong as what Yarra will, just because they've got a lot of young people out there, but I think they're going to have the medal to go the distance. I think it's going to have to go 4-5 sets to get there, but I think they'll get there.
Yeah. I think if they're going to get that win, as you said, 5 sets would be the
because they're going to have some stretches where they look pretty poor, but they're going to have some stretches where they're going to look really good, and let's see how long they can contain that.
Yeah. It's a great serve from Thornton, but kept alive. Lost set all over this game at the moment. And the slide just into the net there. I think block position and position 6 for Yarra against James will be a big one. We've already seen her working the ball around the block and around the defence, so they're going to have to hone in there. That's a great touch from Leslie. Oh my goodness!
That's a great reach.
That's what she can do. She's only young, like she's 23, 24, something like that, and she can get up and hammer the ball. A beautiful swing down the line from her. I think a lot more flexibility on the Yarra side. So if things aren't going well, Em can go to pass here and these little changes that they can make with their wing hitters. And that's I don't know about the flexibility. You see a big block there from Newton. The flexibility for Heidelberg, if things aren't going well, I don't think there's as much as that they can do.
And you can definitely see already that Yarra are playing. Look, they've just got a lot of players that they can put through a lot of positions. It's already working. Emily Reynolds probably can play both sides of the court. Gwen Thornton definitely can play both sides of the court. Alison Newton can do the same thing.
Right.
Like they've got these players that can definitely go out there and make impacts.
Catherine,
Molly Catherine as well.
Yeah.
So there's 4 players there that are all AVL standard that can take up 3 spots on the wings and all have impacts in different ways.
Nice fast speed, quick, but soft block. Mary Dempster with the joust. Loves the joust, Mary. Been doing it very successfully for a long time.
That's a really good swing.
Great turn there from Smith, Isabella Smith. So her pretty energised in warm-up. I think she's a very high energy player.
Yeah. When she's on, and I think they need to use her while when she's up and about, because she can definitely make a difference in those short spurts.
Feed her when she's hot. Great reception from Milton. Just a little low. So advantage Heidelberg here. Peril, great swing, but picked up beautifully.
That's a great set by Liana.
Great fast tempo, and Mary just got her block all wrong. So.
Yeah. And look, that pace on the ball, if you can't get out there, you've got those seams to hit, and it makes it really hard for the defence to be able to pick it up.
I think that's where we see that wider start from the blockers. Mary probably coming from an era where we didn't swing block a lot as well, so just getting caught up there. So double sub reversed for Yarra. It's a great cover from Ruby Smith, but they can't keep the ball alive. And here's Em Reynolds and Molly Catherine blocking and hitting out of 2. So that block presence out there for Yarra, and that's where a lot of the ball is going to, well, the majority of the ball is going to go for Heidelberg. He's out to position 4, Yarra's 2, as the connection all wrong there.
And look, Isabella Matichevsky can do a lot of things as well. So she's been a setter for her state team. She can play a little bit offset. It looks like she's doing a little bit of passing now as well, with Matt Perry doing some very unorthodox things right now on serve reception. Let's see if we can get it to work here, the Heidelberg girls.
Nice defence. That's hit the roof.
I was going to say,
not a very clean set from the Caleb full team, but that conversation from the first match, it went where it was supposed to go, and they've let it play.
Yeah, and different ref, different circumstance, but the rule is if the ball is coming out of your hands and has it doesn't look clean, a lot of spin, doesn't go where you want it, you'll get called for what's called a double touch.
So Matichevsky receiving well. Soft block, and that's the strength of Yarra, I think. Their block combining with their defence in the backcourt, and Alison's always had that little roll shot. It's very nice.
And this is where that time of the game where we spoke about where Heidelberg can lose some points really quickly. Looks like they've dropped 3 within about 45 seconds here. Matt Perry, very calm kind of coach, has gone, let's bring it in, let's have a chat, let's see what we can do when we go back out there. and you'll see them probably look a little bit different straight out of the timeout.
Yeah, a couple of hundred games or something like that for the senior men's team.
Yeah, there's a few.
Australian men's team, Matt Perry, and he's been an active coach the last quite a few years now. So great to see him head coaching our Vipers women as well, who kick off on the 20th of September. So please head to melbournevipers.com.au. Check out all the information there. So Ruby Smith taking a lot of court, and the two pass hitters taking a small amount of court, which
because they seem
I
to
think
be
works for them. It's worked the last couple.
And they'll go on after Isabella Matichevsky on pass, which is probably why
passed them both well.
Yeah, which is probably why she's not in at the moment, to try and give them a little bit of a different look. Let's see where Mick Fulton hits this ball. Looks like they're just trying to play long.
That's a better ball from Peril off the block and out.
And that's what we're going to have to do, Heidelberg, especially on the wings. They don't have the biggest of hitters. You know, James can get up there and have a good swing. But yeah, Nikita's going to have to work hard. And Isabella, who has to really jump high and reach to get over those blocks. They're going to have to play off hands a lot.
Yeah, I think it's a good play for them. It's going to be hard to beat the block and the defence for Yarra. Nice reception from Thornton. Dig is made by Peril. Here we go, Yarra with a chance. Hilton is dug. Peril blocked that time and out.
Now we talk about counter-attacking a little bit there, Mick. We saw a nice roll shot into the backcourt there. Heidelberg got the pass that they wanted, got the option, still couldn't put it away. So once you make those digs, you kind of have to try and make sure you get those winners on the way back. Otherwise, it's very tough to make multiple digs in 1 point.
And a bit of love from you from your mate on the group chat there, Matt Berry. Lowest comment there.
I have a feeling I know who that is, and I think that guy gets paid by the Volleyball Victoria office, so it'll be interesting to see.
Formal complaint.
Yeah, I might have to put in a complaint there.
Yeah.
I'm still wondering how he's still around, actually.
What, in the office?
Yes.
As Molly Catherine finds the corner, let's maybe get back to the action.
I've had couches with more wear and tear that have been thrown out earlier, so it'll be interesting to see if that guy's there much longer.
Shots fired across the internet and across the live stream.
We will say go Pies though.
Oh, common ground there.
We're getting a lot of out-of-system balls here from Heidelberg. And then Nikita goes, well, why not I just have a go and I'll hit that winner.
It just popped up in front of her. She just, beautiful rhythm into that. Absolutely hammered that.
Now, Heidelberg don't have the deepest... They don't have the deepest of teams today, Heidelberg. There's only 3 of them on the bench plus the Libero, where usually teams in finals bring 12 to 14 just in case. So obviously they're going to back these girls in and go for it.
That set just too short from Fulton, and Fulton couldn't quite make the adjustment. Anyone watching out there, happy for you to throw anything into the chat on the live stream. We love a bit of engagement, so please get involved. Makes life a little bit more fun. Out of system now for Yarra.
There's that pipe again, Nick. So something that creeps into the girls' game, I believe, a little bit too much, is setting that emergency pipe. Look, if you're going to back your defence in, that's fine, but sometimes that doesn't work as much as what they want it to.
So adjustment on reception. We've talked about it for Heidelberg. Yarra doing that now. So Gwen stepping up, Molly Catherine stepping back. So both teams not afraid to change things up and get a different look. But look at that serve from Smith.
Now I think you can get their serve reception a little bit here, Yarra. So that with Heidelberg putting in some good serves to that one corner, I reckon you can get some good results. So they're 2 out of 2 for a little bit here.
So timeout called from Yarra, and very, very common to see Matt Perry just relaxing. If it's not his timeout, he obviously doesn't have a lot to give. And 2 veterans in Carly May and Alana Hassel.
So is that a bit of
Heidelberg Volleyball Club?
Is that a bit of a behaviour thing? How that works with Matt? When it's not his timeout, he doesn't like to jump in as often.
It's not his rule, let him. He doesn't have anything. And he's got 2 very trusted assistants. But Matt, I think the way I've seen Matt coach a lot with the under 23 men a couple of years ago at junior champs, he didn't often have a lot to say in timeouts. It was very player led. So he's a very, very calm coach with his body language, and tries to keep his information minimum. We see him up now talking to his players. If he wants their attention, he'll get it. And he'll talk to them. So there's not an over communication from Matt. He's very much at that other end of the spectrum. So,
and look, Mary made it really hard for Nikita then. She got the dig Nikita, and then Mary sent it straight back to her when she's on the floor, and Matt might have said, what are we doing here? We're trying our best. A little bit of fun from Matt.
See Matt Lysette on the bench for the Heidelberg volleyball team as well as an interesting call. I might have put money on that being a reach on Mary, but maybe she can't quite get up as high as she used to. But either way, ball in the net, and it goes the way of Heidelberg. That pipe there, Hilton hammering that ball into the corner. And the coaching lineup for Yarra is vast.
Star-studded. It is star-studded over there.
Absolutely vast. Nina, head coach, assisted under Kelly Lean for a little bit, and now has the reins of the Yarra P1 women. Great reception from Lysette. Haven't quite connected on that back row ball yet, Heidelberg. M. Reynolds, nice roll, but finds the defence. There's that off-block swing from Lysette, and a bit of confusion in the backcourt. Probably Perrell's ball. It was a long distance for Smith to come around. And as we see, a sub, Susie Lysette, absolute veteran of Victorian volleyball, AVL as well, coming into the backcourt.
And it's just awesome to see that James gets to play with her mum, like something that you don't get to see very often in sport.
And James almost hitting as hard as Susie maybe used to.
Yeah.
She had the biggest jump from a female player for a long time, Susie Lysette. She was fantastic to watch. I caught certainly a bit of her prime as I was coming up through the ranks. Great to see her still competing as the service error. So Craig Smith and Steve Holder, 2 absolute veterans, not just the Victorian Volleyball League, but the Yarra Rangers Volleyball Club on the bench as well. We got Dave doing some stats, Al Cahill there as well, just
I'm wondering
a very heavy bench.
I wonder if they're paying Davey Fuller over there to do the stats, since he's officially a Maroondah Cobra guy.
Great read down the line for Gwen Thornton, swung around. Game's ball's alive here. And we're out of system. Tight set. Perrell puts it down. Look, Dave Fuller, what a legend. Just he does it for Victorian teams. He does it, I think, for multiple club teams. He just loves helping out. He's been doing stats. So shout out to Dave Fuller.
And what we've noticed so far in this game is that Nikita Perrell, really good out of system. Can really put that ball in the back corner. She likes to play the angles. Very effective. You can see why they like to find her when the ball's out of system.
And she's going to have to be good for them today. That set for just a bit too low for Maddie Britton, who can be a dominant force in the middle. And as we've been blathering on, I think it's 22 all, right at the business end of this set. And that, never a good time for an error, but that one hurts a little bit. Scotty Davidson, yes. Commentary next week, P1 and P2 grand finals on the live stream. I will be there. Maddie will be there for at least a couple of the games. We're hoping to get Mick Foltine back on comms from last week. Where good chance as she goes back to serve here that she may be in the big show next week. So good serve from her. Great reception. Oh, I thought it was great, but it was too tight. Free ball, Yarra.
It's a tough run to do that. when the pass, look, it came in quick. Middle has to be fast when the pass is low. Didn't quite work. Didn't quite get the result. This is a big point now, and we're seeing Isabella Matichevsky come back on around the front, which I thought was going to happen. Susie might have been thinking, I'm half a chance here to get a winner.
Yeah, I was expected just the outside ball there from Yarra, but trying to keep things fresh, and that is a great play. Mick Faltine loving her hands, not the tallest person on the court, but a great one-handed set to the middle, and absolutely hammered from Maddie Britton. Great play, Yarra. So, set point now, 24-23. Yulton got a good float. Great block from Britton, and they try and put it back over on 2, but it finds the net.
Yeah, a little bit of a miscommunication there. I think Mary could have made a little bit more noise to set that ball. But look, Nikita was in the spot. She's been pretty good, so why not? Well, we're seeing the Yarra girls on the jog around the pole. There we go. Very keen after winning that first set.
Good to see. Well, great first set. A lot closer than we may have expected on paper, but it's great to see a competitive first set here in this second semi-final. Yarra on the board, but very well pushed from Heidelberg, and I think Heidelberg certainly left some opportunities out on the court, so certainly room for improvement for Heidelberg.
And look, they were close. I think our libero here that's been doing a really good job, Ruby Smith, absolutely phenomenal in that first set. Probably kept them in the game for a little bit longer than they probably should have. But look, if their offense can pick up, I dare say they might get a different result. But look, Yarra very strong on the sticks, we were saying. Also, defense picked up in that last part of that set.
And you can see them go to Maddie Britton a lot in the middle when she's front row. Not as much to Kiara. She's playing that more defensive middle role, which is totally fine. That's how the sport works. So when you've got so much, not just presence on the wings, but veteran presence and with a lot of power as well, we expect to see a lot of ball spread to 2 and 4, and with that double sub, there's always that option in 2 for Yarra.
Yeah, it must be written in the Yarra constitution that at P1 level that you must double sub, because we're seeing both the P1 men and the P1 women strictly double sub so far. So let's see if they can get a different result compared to what the boys just got before. So unfortunately the boys went down 3-0 to Monash.
Yeah, an update there for the P1 men's semi. So as Maddie just noted, 3-0 to Monash. So they're through to the grand final. It is Heidelberg versus the Melbourne Uni Renegades, happening a couple of courts away from us. And they will meet Monash next week. And the winner of this game for the women will meet the Dandenong Volleyball Club next week, as they got it done over Monash the game before this. So second set here. Dempster to serve. Leslie under pressure, great chase, but they run into some signage. Kick that out of the way, Molly. I thought you could have touched that.
So we've seen so far that it's a pretty precise plan that Heidelberg have, and it's going after Amy Leslie, the libero there, and let's see if they can keep getting that success.
Thornton cramped. What a touch by 14. Just all those years of hitting the floor as a libero coming in handy there. But great service pressure from 14. From Heidelberg. Sorry, 14 just having a chat to the referee.
I think she might be saying that it's quite hard to hear the whistle in here because we've got a fair crowd over at the men's game over there with a lot of instruments being played. So maybe the whistle might need a little bit more noise.
And as we look down the grandstand here, a nice crowd here as well on the women's court, as that ball's probably out and 14 chasing that one down. Net touch.
And look, that was a great run, great cut shot back to one there. And looked like Heidelberg come out with a little bit of a different spark this set.
Dempster serving again. Off the block and out, inspired start. While the Heidelberg Volley Club as we say hello to Kelly Porter on the live stream. Now we said her name earlier, and she's just appeared.
It's amazing. It's like she's got some sort of intuition when you talk about volleyball and you hear her name. She's goes, "Oh, I'm around."
All the way from Adelaide, former Yarra player and coach, and formerly Kelly Lean, who's ever looking down on us from the walls and here at the State Volleyball Centre.
Yeah, she's always been someone that's had a very high status in the volleyball community, had a great career as a player, and has now turned into a bit of a mastermind with the whiteboard, I'm hearing, Nick, as a coach.
Yeah, I got the opportunity to work with her a little bit. She's head coaching the under-18 Australian girls, and been working with her a little bit and doing a great job in the pathway system in South Australia. So great to have some Yarra alumni on the live stream. Yilton going for a lot of angle. And what a start. 5-0 for the Heidelberg Volleyball Club. I think more some great volleyball from Heidelberg, but just some poor execution as well from Yarra. As that caught the hands. Another roll from Milton. Good choice from Britton to set that. There you go.
And look, that was a great play by Yarra just there. We're seeing Allison take the pace off the ball when the Mick Fulton sets are probably a metre and a half short. Whether it's by design or not, we don't know yet. But sometimes I think Allison's got to go for that ball when it's in the slot so she can get that winner and not have to rely on the defence to make good ups all the time. So let's see if she can hit some more ball.
And the quick that's on from Heidelberg. Nice little change up from Smith. So Yarra with a lot of work to do.
We're seeing both middles here for both Yarra and for Heidelberg be extremely effective at the moment. Not either of them can stop each other. So let's see if Mick goes back to the well here and gets another winner through the middle. And there it is again. With the winner.
Right. Hustle from Heidelberg, but unable to keep.
Now, as a setter, you are taking notice of what's going on each side of the net. So far, we've had a winner from Heidelberg through the middle, a winner from Yarra through the middle, a winner from Heidelberg, and now a winner from Yarra. Might be an ego thing now from the two setters. Let's see if they go back to the middle here and go 3 for 3. Don't have to worry about it when the serve goes out the back, Mick.
Well, I think this is, Yarra's made a couple of errors as well. We had net touch, service error. We've had, I think, some attack errors as well. So just not making Heidelberg play as much as they did in that first set.
And look, with Heidelberg being a younger group, if you do make them play, they are susceptible to make those errors that we spoke about last set, Mick.
Nice option. Was there any
That'll be a big
hands
call here.
Ooh, he's called hands.
And there's no complaints. So they all see a right call.
Complaints from Heidelberg. That's usually a good sign. And interesting, I assume we'll get the double sub in the next rotation. I think Mick Fulton started played at least one rotation across the front. So
yeah, we haven't seen Liana yet. But then again, they were stuck. So
true. Out.
No, it was out.
I'll make the call from up here.
Yeah,
I got it. I'm all over it.
So Isabella's game's probably not hitting those big, high, sharp angles. She's going to have to play offhand. She likes to hit the ball late. So as we saw earlier, a couple offhand. She's going to have to go back to that, rely on her skill.
Nice soft block from Yarra. Nice set from Fulton. Very tight to the net to save that ball.
There we go.
That's a better swing from Matichevsky.
Yeah, off the hands, make it defense, try and pick that ball up.
even the ball she hit out, she hit it a lot better. She actually got onto it. It just missed by, maybe a ball. But that's a good sign for her and a good sign for Heidelberg, because I think they need that presence on the right side.
Yeah, they can't have all the pressure on Nikita and James out that side. We've just got to have something on the other side.
It's a great serve and a great dig. Gwen Thornton getting up and hitting very hard. I don't know how Amy Leslie got to that ball then.
Very, very athletic, Gwen. If you're going to give her that much line, she's going to be able to be up there early enough and make her mind up, and there's not going to be too many times you can stop her. So,
very springy athlete, Gwen Thornton. So, the double sub is made. Kanjarski into set. M. Reynolds into the front in that opposite role. Great serve. Stretching Smith to her limits.
Yeah, which is, we haven't seen her be put under this much pressure for the whole game so far, and then let's see how she bounces back. She seems like she's a very, very, very stable libero. So here's that part of the set, Mick, where we've seen Heidelberg drop 2 or 3 really quick points here. They can't afford to let Yarra back in, otherwise it might be a bit of a dogfight in the back end of this set. Let's see them clean it up and see if they can get out.
Nice ball out to Perrell. And it's a great dig down the line again. We saw Thornton with one in the first set. It was Yulton that time. The ball pops up on the net. Dempster puts it down.
And look, Allison read that ball really well to play what we call 22 a little bit over there, so moving across and helping the setter out. But then unfortunately not being able to counter-attack back, which is kind of what we need from these teams if they're going to take this game.
That's what I love about the women's game, the way they swing and read in 6. Us blokes do it terribly, in my opinion. But it's so good to see. And certainly Yulton and Thornton, 2 very good components of that, as Nikita Perrell with the dig in 6 and a net touch. So everything just going Heidelberg's way.
Yeah, we're seeing them really put pressure on through the middle of the court, which is exactly what they didn't do as much in the first set. We're seeing Liana Kanjarski come on the court here and being able to play all 9 metres of the court, which is helping access that line ball from both sides, and unfortunately just can't quite get the results at the moment, but looks good when she's on the court.
Interesting enough, I feel like we're pumping up Heidelberg here, and they seem to be dominating the game, but it's 10-8.
Yes, still right in, aren't they?
It's really not a big difference on the scoreboard. So Yarra not at their best, but hanging around. Great set from Perrell helping out. Oh, the block there, but didn't get the angle right. Just going wide.
It's a great transition there from James to be able to get out, keep the ball in front of her, and be able to hit that ball from a nice high point.
Great reception from Leslie. A wide set had to be saved. Down ball, chance, Yarra. Great out of system bump set. What a dig. Susie Lysette on the court. And there's the block this time.
That was a great blocking effort by Yarra there. They pretty much had them on toast that whole point, and it was a great dig by Susie over there. I feel like she's done that a few times, Mick.
Made a few digs in her time. So, Alison Matthews on to serve for Kiara Matatuva. And an ace, if you don't mind. One of the hardest jobs in volleyball. Coming on, cold off the bench. Bit of help from the tape.
Yeah, she came on in the last set, Alison, and had a really nice couple of points there. Now she's on here as the serving sub. And I think I've mozzed there, Mick.
Hey, commentator's curse. Been with this squad for a few years, Alison.
So we're
and her
seeing
sister Kristen as well, who's back in America, I believe. But
we saw a very brief cameo there from Kate Ditcham, I believe it was. Come on, then get liberoed off.
Snuck
so
on.
Might be coming back on as
how someone that tall snuck on in front of us. But Thornton under pressure, and that's a beautiful short serve that is an ace.
They're having
again.
Yeah, they're having some good success putting that ball in front of Gwen. I believe they're doing it on purpose to maybe take her out of hitting that third ball back over, which she's very good at, and maybe put some more pressure on Allison to hit the ball from the wing.
Look at that. That's a better pass. And Britain getting it done. I think that short serve is the hardest to read. If you nail it, the risk is net or you don't get the depth and it sits up a bit and it's a bit easier. So, but it's a risk-reward serve, but you can see that it does create a lot of pressure if you can nail it. So,
and they've made a bit of a switch here. Allison's gone to the opposite position for this one, with Molly going out to the left.
So her and Michaela Fulton back on court for setting in opposite duties, and the serve out from Fulton. Last set, she has a very, very tough float serve when she nails it. Well managed by Fulton. High ball. Oh.
A little bit off on that one. And probably a miscommunication there where I'm not sure what the rule is for this team about when to set high ball and when to set tempo, but it looked like Molly wanted that quicker and Michaela decided no, that's a high ball, and didn't quite work out.
Another good pass. That ball just dropping a bit short.
Yeah, so we were talking about it before where, look, Mick Fulton being a new setter to the game probably hasn't got the radar that Liana has to get that ball all out to 9 metres either way. So we're just seeing it drop a little bit short, and we're just not seeing the results for Yarra at the moment.
Tight ball, great reach from full team with the one-hand set. Here we go, chance.
And that one's short as well.
Another ball short. So some sets just off the pace, but still a responsibility on the attacker.
Yeah.
To look after the ball, and Yarra just not being accountable right now.
And we know Allison likes to take the pace off, so probably was her shot. Didn't quite nail it.
Push down the line, controlled by Heidelberg. Hell, just blasting into the block. The confidence is just right up.
Yeah, and look,
right now.
When your tail's wagging, obviously they're very hard to stop. And we've seen Nikita be really good in high ball so far. There's another out-of-system high ball for another winner against a nice double block. And we see Yarra take another time out to see if they can regroup and get back in this set.
Yeah, good call. 17-12. Running out of time to make changes. 18-12, excuse me. So you don't want to call it too late and run out of time to make adjustments. So I do like an earlier timeout call. But an inspired little run from the Heidelberg Volleyball Club.
Yeah, looking really good on attack when they get the opportunity. Unfortunately, we haven't seen a lot of attacks from Yarra in the last 3 or 4 points. So let's see if they can get a nice pass, a nice clean set, and have a swing and see if they can get back in. If I was a betting man, I have a feeling that Mick Fulton will try and get this ball through the middle, where Maddie Britton's been very good in this game so far.
Another tight pass from the libero for Yarra, and just pressure. Let's get the ball off net a little bit. Let's just be a fraction safer when we're under pressure.
And just getting a little bit jammed on past their aiming. So, and again,
there's that float serve of Rice set causing problems. Opportunity. Great dig in the
there's
seam.
a net touch somewhere. There's a net touch on, I believe,
called on the
Yarra
blockers. I think the off blocker, or the left side blocker, I should say, in Richardson. Again, no complaints. There you go.
Yeah, had to find her.
Great set.
Yeah, and with the Heidelberg blocker starting so wide, there's never going to be 2 on those attacks helping out. So why not? 1-on-1 is what you're wanting as a setter, and if you can get it every time through the middle, go for it.
Good read on the cross-court swing. Here we go. Great pancake from Peril.
Oh, this is
And it
defense.
pops up.
To someone.
James with the gaiter in defense. And eventually, yeah.
And look, when it gets chaotic like that, everything goes out the window, and sometimes you just need to play volleyball, and they were just a little bit lost on after that first touch. But great defense initially. Great work by Yara to be able to overpower him there.
Free ball opportunity. Great back set. Oh, one-handed little scoop dig. But it pops up, and Molly Catherine taking opportunities.
And that was purposely placed there. She saw the defense wasn't there, was able to move her arm, put that ball into that position 5, and got the easy point. So now we've got timeout back to Heidelberg. Look, momentum swung a little bit here, Mick. It'll be interesting to see what happens in that last part of this set.
Well, it's a big gap to try and close down for the Yarra Rangers Volleyball Club. Is there time left for them at 20-14 down? Stranger things have happened, but it would have to be a highly accountable run. There's been a lot of unforced errors, serves, attack errors, net touches. I think there was a double touch called in there, or 4 contacts. So they've got to cut all of that out for the remainder of this set.
That's a big block out there from Molly, and she knows it. She was in the right spot. She had her hands penetrated over the net. Maddie Britton just had to get next to her to make it look good, but she had it all under control by herself.
Well, a good start to their run here, if they're going to make one. Yulton got a good serve. Great reception from Smith. Another block. Opportunity now. Catherine, just finds the block.
She's hit the net, I reckon.
Net touch, centre line fault.
Oh, yeah, okay. She was very close, so yes, I can believe if it was made for the right reason.
I think as you turn, sometimes you step on the line, and as you turn to pivot to transition.
And a lot of setters do that when they're front line.
Not us though.
Nah, never done it in my life.
Great bump set. A little bit safe from Thornton, but they find the point. I think maybe a net touch in there.
I think
anyway,
it was.
So.
And we're seeing Kate Ditcham out there now. In the middle. Played opposite for her under-21 state team in Adelaide, Nick, and was a very pivotal player in that gold medal winning team. They're going to call her for a backcourt block here, I think. Yep.
All that height coming in handy.
So I understand where Matt's coming from. So Kate's hit what we call an overpass, and Mary's jumped but was under the height of the net to protect herself. And technically, under what I know of the rules, Mick, which sometimes I don't think I know them, is that any backcourt player that attempts a block, and if you jump and look like you're blocking, it will be called for a backcourt block.
Well, if we need any clarification, we can just talk to your old man. I'm sure he will.
Yeah, well.
There was a black and white answer for every rule.
Oh, yes.
Mr. Dave Bennett.
Exactly like it. Look, that's what they're there for. They're there for a reason. And if you're trying to bend them, it doesn't work. I've tried to, we found that out the hard way last week, Nick.
Yes, yeah, let's not talk about that. Anyway, 50-50 call. It goes the way of Yarra. And a block.
And there she is off hands again. So Isabel Nochevsky, one to her strengths, hitting that ball at a nice high point, hitting off the hands. Rick O'Shea out of court for another Heidelberg point.
The big Irishman.
The big Irishman, Rick O'Shea, sometimes makes mention.
Much better reception from Leslie. Little slide, not slide.
Yeah, I think you'll find that ball was in the slot. I don't think Molly transitioned out wide enough. But look, if she wants to call that a slide, we'll call it a slide.
It was the slide approach on a red or a D.
This will be last entries here. So Liana and Emily will not be able to go back off the court. So you get 3 entries a set for each of these players. And it looks like Mick Fulton and Molly have used their 3 because you use one at the start of the set. So it looks like they're going to have to go with Liana and Emily for the rest of the set, which Yarra won't have a problem with, I don't think.
Nice little turn, maybe should have been done, but a nice swing there from Beryl. She's been really good.
Yeah, and look, probably before Matt Perry's time, she was in the T2s for a while there. Ever since he's come around, found something in her, really put some time and effort into a lot of these girls, but Nikita's been one that's shot out of the blocks with Heidelberg in the last couple of years. Good on her.
Nice reception from Thornton. Yes. Great swing, Em Reynolds down the line.
Now, what Heidelberg have to remember here is when Liana's on court, the ball will go a little bit longer. So they're giving up as much line as they were when Mick was setting. Now they might have to change their course a little bit just so they can get a different result. Otherwise, there's going to be plenty of line ball coming out of these next few points.
And all the Yarra hitters capable of it. The ball just needs to get out there. Nice overhead dig from Leslie. A little wide. Standing swing from Reynolds is impressive.
And I believe she might have been over. Yeah.
A foot fault on the back row attack for Peril. So Yarra just hanging in at 23-20, but running out of points very quickly.
So with Heidelberg taking James out of the passing row, gone after Mum.
Nice serve from Thornton. I reckon that might have been going wrong.
I reckon it was too, Mick. But, you know, high pressure situations, sometimes people don't quite get it right.
And timeout called. 23-21.
All of a sudden you can hear a pin drop in here, Mick.
The men's court getting very quiet, the women's court getting very quiet. It's a great atmosphere here at the State Volleyball Centre today.
So looking from afar, based on body language on the men's court, I think it's tight. I think it's quite close over there. Seen some big points where both teams have celebrated with a little bit more menace than usual. So hopefully it's a good game for everyone to watch here. There's a big crowd on both courts, and hopefully we're going to get 2 really ripper games. I know the women's court's already off to a flyer.
So strong rotation for Yarra with 3 good front row blockers and attackers. Mary Dempster in the front row for Heidelberg, but doesn't matter. Good double block on James Lysette, but off the hands and out. So
they're having some really good success, Heidelberg, hitting off the hands, and with the Yarra blockers not quite in the right spots and getting good results. That's the pace of the ball that Mary's setting with at the moment.
I think they could probably bring the block in a little bit on James.
Now that's been 2 sets, last set and this set, where one of the Heidelberg middles, Natasha, has gone back and just made that service error in the 20s, and you just can't afford to do that because you just don't know what's going to happen in the back end of that set.
So Alison Matthews on to serve for Yarra.
Special server
earlier with an ace, but great reception, Lysette. Susie that time, and Mary Dempster. She is so good on the net, and that is the set for Heidelberg. A great response from them.
Yeah, big point. She's had a couple of those tight sets, which hadn't worked so far, and then that one did at the right time to get that set.
She's always been super strong on the net, even as a shorter setter. Mary Dempster wins a lot of jousts, makes a lot of tips, and even that little push that she just made then, just been a strong part of her game for a long time. So, 1-1. 1-1 here in the second semi-final. Some great service pressure from Heidelberg. A few unforced errors from Yarra certainly didn't help themselves in that second set. They lost a little bit of connection in offense as well, so a few little adjustments to be made, but at this stage of the season and with the quality of these teams, it does become a bit of a chess match. So from set to set, we've seen each other plenty through the year. So those little adjustments becoming really important.
Yeah, and we saw in that set where both the teams tried to force the ball through the middle and had some good success. And then in the back end of that set, we saw Heidelberg probably get on top of the sticks because of that success, and were able to hit some winners offhand and out, which got them some crucial points in the 20s. And once you're in the 20s, you never know what's going to happen. So 1-1.
Unchanged for Heidelberg as they start to come back onto the court. So good use of Susie Lysette in the back court.
Yeah, made two really crucial digs there in the back end, which is hard to do, and you've got to be in the right spot and you've got to perform that skill right. So good job by Matt to make that move, and even better job by Susie to be able to perform that move and get him the win.
So Yarra started with Michaela and Molly in the start of the second set, starting with Liana and M. Reynolds at this one, and Ditcham getting the start in the middle spot for Kiara. So
I've just been given an update from the boys' court over there. We've got 2-0 Heidelberg, 9-6 Heidelberg. So looking like that they're on their way to another grand final at the moment, unless Renegades can somehow turn that around.
right, and we're third set underway here on the girls' court, and last set back to her, James back to her, off the block and out swing. Second opportunity and into the block again. So better block position from Yarra, and the back row attack. Foot fault there. So I talked about the block position for Yarra on James' last set, so it'll be interesting to keep an eye on that. A good start from them with some control blocks.
Yeah, really good spot on that one. Forehands is really hard to hit through.
Great service. There's Dempster at the net again with a tight ball. Great dig. Opportunity here. Reynolds. I wasn't sure if she was going to get there.
So that ball there, even though it wasn't perfect, to the front court player as a libero, getting that ball to the stick probably gets a better result than that emergency pipe to Glenn. So well done to Amy to make that move and get that ball to Emily, who just goes for it with no block.
And a very early substitution here, just to change the passing lineup. So Susie Lysette in for Isabella the opposite, so she can now pass. And not the start she was envisioning. Britton into the corner. Great turn from her. So nice little hot start from Yarra now.
That's her favourite shot, I believe. That nice cut back to the one corner. Looks like it's unstoppable at the moment, especially deep in that corner.
Just a bit straight from the blockers. As a middle blocker, it's really easy just to be right in front of your opposition middle, but in reality, sometimes you need to be left or right. But it is just a challenge to line that up, and Peril getting it all wrong on the outer system pipe.
Yeah, so it looks like a little bit chaotic there on defence, but it looks like Matt's made the move to bring Susie on to pick that ball up that Alison likes to hit down the line. So far, they got the dig, couldn't counter-attack though.
It was a beautiful dig down the line. Matt Perry up from his seat, just trying to bring some calm and presence to the side of the court as James Lysette off the block and out, back to her usual ways. Matt and I had a really good conversation about coaching demeanour and standing, and so it's interesting to be able to watch him today.
Yeah, so he does a bit of both, doesn't he? He likes to get up there, sometimes he's right there, sometimes he's sitting.
Great dig from Smith. High off the hands again from James. Nice set, but controlled. Smith just everywhere at the moment. And the power tip down.
Now they've done this all game. They've had the two very offensive middles going against each other, and then they've had the two very defensive middles going against each other. it'd be interesting to see if one of them made the swap, who would come out on top. But we're just seeing two middles hit winner after winner after winner against each other.
Dempster had a brilliant service run in the second set. A very effective serve. High ball. And off the hands.
And look, I'll say it again, Mick. They went for that emergency pipe ball that Gwen couldn't hit. She has to set it over. Counter-attack game. So we've just got to see Yarra be a little bit more aggressive on offense if they're going to get through.
Yeah, aggression in those out-of-system situations. So Dempster, another good, great reception from Leslie this time. Britton turns back to 5 this time for the winner. Ruby Smith there. We've got two Smiths unrelated on the Heidelberg side. We've got two Lysettes related. We'll try and be a little bit more specific for you, but Yilton now on serve. Great reception from Susie. Oh, bit too tight. It looks great from our angle, but ended up a little tight, and the reach call.
We're seeing both teams change their passing row quite regularly to make sure that they get on top. I'm not sure about going after Susie, who's a phenomenal player. But then again, Alison's got a great serve.
James Lysette hammers that beautiful dig and the block. Smith this time. Isabella, the middle blocker. On that Heidelberg reception, Matty, maybe it's just keep the ball away from Ruby Smith because she's just been so impressive. So maybe it's try and serve the seam from the other two. Maybe you get a little bit more.
It's another really good dig there by James Lysette.
Standing
Perry out of system.
This hit are the best hits.
Tell you what, she'd be about 8 or 9 out of 10 here on these out-of-system balls. Look, didn't go after it, wanted to play some defence, but if you can do that and hit winners, why not?
Great float serve, just absolutely fell out of the sky from James Lysette. It just drops. So ace serve ties things up. That time a little low into the tape. Maybe going wrong, but taken. Well set by Dempster. There's the out of system.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of it, Mick. I'm not a fan.
Reynolds finds the defender. Susie, I think her first swing for the game, but just a bit of a crafty turn there.
Yeah, the nice turn. Very, very methodical. Knew where she wanted to put it. Got the result that they wanted.
Nice serve from Isabella Smith. Nice fast ball. Thornton can't get to it on time. Quick in transition for the win.
Now that's a gold play that we call that one. If you can hit the middle in transition, always going to be under pressure, the defence. And it was good that she was available to be able to hit that ball and get that winner. Well done to Heidelberg.
Yeah, love that quick in transition. Well done. Natasha presenting very well. There's one inside out for Ditcham. Her first swing. Free ball given up. Gwen,
nice
dunk down the line, and a second time. And one of the most awkward situations as a defender. You dig the ball, you're on the ground, and it's directly
And it's
above
right
you.
there.
But that's just classic James Lycett, just on the floor, diving, getting the ball hit into her. She just defends so hard.
Very athletic. Gets to places very quickly. Has great skill. Remember seeing James when they were younger, being able to hit that ball against the wall with knee pads on at 3-4 years old. Been around volleyball for her whole life. So
Yep, peppered with most of the Volleyball Victoria community growing up. Great reception. Peril this time slowed down. In-system pipe for the winner. And the double sub had been made as well. So Molly Catherine on, Mick Faltine in for setting.
So we saw Ruby Smith try and take a lot of court there on that pipe. You know, James has been defending really well. Probably could have made a little bit more noise. Was right there for that dig.
Nice float serve. High ball to the outside. Opportunity now, Yara. Great reverse. But miss hit from Molly. Just puts it wide. Opportunity missed there.
Yeah, they got what they wanted. They got the dig. Then it looked like another slide option from Molly there. I think she's got to get a little bit wider on transition.
One hand set to the middle is Doug. Better blocking from Yara. Quick in transition this time. Just a little connection error there, I think, more so.
But once again,
Natasha.
was available on the way back through. Just unfortunately hit that ball just a little bit out the back.
Love the way she's presenting. It's hard work as a middle. She's presenting in transition very, very well. Fast to the outside, Peril. Dug down the line. Thornton playing that line very, very well in 6. And just hear the crack off the ball is so impressive.
Yeah, the contact that James is making on that ball, it's very hard to stop because even if you're in the right spot, it's going to hit your hands hard. And as we saw there, went over and hit that star-studded coaching lineup over there.
It's not hard to hit someone on the bench when there's 10 of them. 2, 4, 6, 8, 9. Sorry, it's 9. And one coach standing up. No touch on block. Really good to see the referees have checked the score sheet. I'm pretty sure 10 coaching staff.
Look, I would get called up on it every week. Have you got this person on the score sheet? There's only 5 slots, including your own. So to be able to get away with that, well, good on them.
Be quick, a little slow, but great chase from Beryl. Great dig from Fultine. And the sideline missed. Great defence, Holberg.
Oh yeah, awesome defense. I think you'll find Susie Lycett gave up on that ball after she made that initial touch, but then Nikita Peril doing what all good defenders do, saving their mate, putting that ball back in play, and Heidelberg ended up getting that point.
Well controlled from Leslie. That ball a little short. Controlled. Lycett, that's out. Was there any touches? No, as Susie accidentally started celebrating.
I think you'll find that she's celebrating because she's made every single dig down that line, so the move that Matt's made has paid off so far. Just unfortunate they couldn't hit that winner.
So
we've got our specialist server back on again, Alison Matthews.
High ball to the outside, big block. That was the mean face there from Molly Catherine.
It was very tight, that set, and James probably thought, well, I have to do something, let's just go as hard as I can. Didn't quite work out.
Such a highly competitive person, Molly Catherine.
Very.
So she'll be enjoying getting one. And really smart play from Dempster to recycle. And this time, James Lycett getting the better. I think Molly into the cross, just leaving a fraction of line, and it was just enough for James to find it. So a good little cat and mouse going on there.
And look, James is had a very heavy offensive load these last 10 or so points.
Kutsukas again, not finding their mark on the service line. As we just trade some points back and forth in the middle of this set. Double sub for Yarra Rangers as Heidelberg men get the win over the Melbourne Uni Renegades to advance to the grand final next weekend, which you'll be able to see on this live stream. Great reception. Just finding a way. James Lysette, that time sort of high seam, so in between the blockers, high into their hands, but so Em's gone a step wider because she went down the line. And now she goes back in the middle. So really smart play.
And look, it makes it really difficult to defend when you've got a player out there that can play all the shots.
Good reception, long back set. One-handed dig from Ruby Smith. A tip this time. James Lysette showing the full kit of options on the net. Now, and she's just on a purple patch at the moment.
Oh, absolutely. And look, Mary's done a great job to recognise that and probably fed her the last 10 balls in a row. And look, when you're getting results like that, why not? So we're seeing Heidelberg really take control of this third set.
Delivering the ball well to Mary, and she's delivering the ball well to the right people at the right times. And there's been some really nice blocks up from Yarra, but James Lysette just finding a way. So, great pressure from Heidelberg. 15-13. They find themselves up in this third set.
Now, if you're Yarra, Mick, you'd be thinking, how do I get out of this bit of a lull that we're in at the moment? I think they have to go to Maddie Britton in the middle a little bit more, because she's the one that keeps hitting the winners. So
she's been fantastic for them. She's been scoring at a high clip. They need the reception to do it as well. The reception hasn't been bad, but it hasn't necessarily given a lot of opportunities. High and hard off the shorter set. And that's great power off the block from Em Reynolds. That's a hard ball.
I think you'll find that they've told Emily Reynolds at training this week that when the ball is there, you hit and hit hard, because she's gone after everything, whether it's 2 feet, 1 feet, out of position. So she's just gone for it, and most of the time had good results.
Yep. Needs some aggression here, Yarra. Great serve down the line, and Peril gets a hand but can't control.
And just like that, 15 on.
It's been that kind of set. Even the second set was in that vein as well. First set reasonably well controlled by Yarra. But it's been a fight since then. Peril down the line targeted. High ball. Making something out of nothing.
And makes you wonder, Mick, why they didn't just keep doing that in those couple of points they couldn't get an attack. Get it back to her.
Way too long. She went on a great service run earlier, but this time gets it wrong. Maddie Britton on serve. Good pressure. One hand save from Matichevsky. They're still in the game though. Great ball out. That's much better. But brilliant block from Matichevsky and a net touch.
So we're just seeing there, Yarra tried to run a bit of a combo there with Emily Reynolds coming in the middle, but the ball went outside and then they got a little bit caught out of position on the way back. So we're just seeing there a nice block by Nikita Perrell there on Emily Reynolds, who once again went for it. Unfortunately didn't get the result, but she's always putting herself in positions to hit winners.
Nice back set, but Dempster with the dig. Tight ball from Perrell, but she squeezes it down the block.
And there she is out of system again, Nikita Perrell. Really good swing, great set by James to get that ball out there where she could hit it.
Everything going Heidelberg's way as Ditcham off. Matavura on in the middle. In is the call.
Really good swing there, so probably hasn't been used overly much on offense at the moment, but to be able to get that ball, put it in the back corner, really good swing there by Kiara.
So double sub reversed. Faultine and Catherine in to the game. Tight pass from Ruby Smith. And a reach call. Yeah, Mary has a little smile about that one.
Yeah, tried to save it, couldn't quite get it in the slot. Drifted over the net. As a backcourt player, you're not allowed to attack from inside the 3 metre line. And as the setter, unfortunately, accidentally set that ball over.
Just what Yarra needed. Just going long. Matichevsky on serve. It's a good serve. Out of system, pipe is dug. It's a good swing, but a good dig. Soft block.
Now let's see if they can put it away.
A rare set to the middle. Free ball. Molly Catherine down the line.
They gave her a lot of line there. The out of system ball was nice and wide. She turned, she had a hit. Worked really well there. Well done to Molly. Great swing.
So 19-20 now. Nice set, a tight pass.
Nice work by Mary there to be able to get that tight ball, put it over. Worked really well there and see Heidelberg get a cheap point. Let's see if they can capitalise by getting a couple of serves here.
Nice power from Newton. With a fight from Yarra.
So nice swing there by Alison off hands. We had Nikita Perrell cheating towards position 1 a little bit there and getting caught out.
So Alison Matthews came on the court for someone else, I think. So I'm not sure if this is going to be allowed, this substitution. No, we're good to go.
So they've put 3 players through the 1 position here, Mick, I believe, with Kate Ditcham. They've also had Kiara and now Alison Matthews, so which you are allowed to do. You're just not allowed to go on for a different person once you've already been on.
Last set of the short set. I'd love to have some stats. She's just been incredible. This set.
Yeah, really good swing there. They've probably been waiting for her to get it back around the front so they can get a little bit of a boost, and now they've got it at the back end of this set. Let's see if they can finish while James is around the front.
Well handled from Thornton. 1 block of the beat and creates her own paradise ball and puts it away.
She's been playing really well this set, Molly, so it's been really good to see. Unfortunately, though, it's kind of like in the AFL. Once you kick a goal, you have to go straight to the bench. They've made the double sub and she's off.
sticking with their system. I wonder, do they go 5-1 for a little bit? Do they stay with one setter and one opposite for a little while, try and settle into something? But Heidelberg just playing very well.
Well, they started with these two on the court this set, so this will be their last entry, Liana and Emily.
Another tight pass, handled, and that's Founders back line. James Lysette just continues to rack up the points.
Yeah, and look, Gwen was playing what we would call 6 up there, so saw the one block, came into the 3-point line there, if you can see the court, which is quite shallow, got beat on that baseline.
Great reception from Leslie Britton. Too good. More of that.
It does look good when she gets the ball. Unfortunately, when you're a good serving team, it makes it hard to use those middle players, so it'd be good to see if Yara can pass well and use her while she's there.
So, Lysette in 2. A serve! Too strong.
Now, this is
rare error for...
Yeah, very rare error. So this is last rotation when they were in this position. They brought on Susie Lysette here for Isabella Matichevsky and had her pass this ball. We'll see if they do it again here.
So 23-all. Now James Lysette's in 2, so if they get the side out, she'll go into the back court, which is advantage Yara as well.
And look, we have across the top level of volleyball that we've seen for the last few years, Mick, the hardest position to get out of on serve reception is when the setter is in position 1, and this is where Heidelberg find themselves at 23-all to find a way to get out of setter in 1, which is where Mary is right now. She might look a bit confused, but she is there. Let's see if they can get out straight away and take a deep breath here and go 1 set point.
Yulton, a strong server. Just a little bounce past her to her dad there in the back of the court, and she's ready to go. Oh, it's deep. That's a great touch from Smith. They go to James Lysette. Actually just does it again.
And look, when you're hot, you're hot. So
and that was a good block too.
Oh, it was a perfect stop. It's just that James hits from a nice high angle, hits the ball hard. Sometimes your hands just can't stay that firm.
So then put James back to serve. She's had a brilliant run earlier in the set. She did put the last one out the back. So a little bit of pressure on.
And look, James has played a lot more volleyball now than what she had a couple of years ago, obviously. Probably this moment would have got to her in previous years. It's interesting to see what happens here on set point. You'd much rather be set point up than set point down though.
Well, that's the thing. Yeah, there's maybe a little bit of perceived pressure, but ultimately you've got the advantage. You're 1 up. And she takes a bit off. And it's an ace. It's an ace.
So you see the growth there of James Lysette to be able to put that ball in a good spot. And look, that perceived pressure we talk about, Mick, you'd rather be 1 up than 1 down. And, you know, Yara unfortunately didn't pass that ball too well.
Even her 80%, 80% float set's still very, very, very good. And sometimes when you take a bit of pace off, the ball moves a bit more.
Yep.
I think there's sometimes the desire or the mindset of the harder I hit it, the better it is. And with a float serve, there is a sweet spot to get that ball to move around. So, well done.
Now, yeah, Heidelberg go 2 sets to 1 up, going into a big 4th set here. What do you think Yara need to do, Mick, to
win the set?
Yep. Well, let's see if they can do that. What do you think they need to do to get to a point where they can win that set?
There's somehow slow James Lysette down would be a good starting point. How you do that? Is it showing her more court and putting the defense in there? They haven't had success off the block, or James is having success off the block. So is there something there? Do they show a bit more cross or a bit more line and stack the defence there and try and touch it in the backcourt rather than the block, or less desire to shut the ball out and something out there? But
Look,
and will she stay hot?
Yeah,
that's a 17-year-old player in a Premier 1 semi-final.
Yeah, definitely. And look, do you look to what we call overload the player? Do you look to serve every ball to James to make her hit 2 out of 3 balls when she's at the front, and then just overwork her, see if she gets tired, makes these little errors? Or do you load up the line when you put Mick Fulton on to be the setter on James's front court, show a bit of line and put one of your better defenders to pick some balls up down the line? Then you play out a system on the way back, but do you have to try and get those digs to even give yourself a chance? So, look, few moves to be made here on Yarra's end. Heidelberg could just keep steamrolling the way they're going at the moment. They're going all right, but Yarra probably have to make some sort of move here, you'd think.
And the other thing I mentioned before was do they stay with the one setter and opposite? So stay 5-1, keep the same setter on around the front when they've been taking them off in the front, and maybe live with a shorter block. Now, Mick Fulton, a little bit of a shorter block. Kenyaski, not a bad blocker at all.
Not a bad blocker.
And maybe does that give a better lineup, or not a better, maybe better consistency throughout the set, or does it give the attackers something different to look at?
And just by looking at Yarra's lineup right now, they've changed their pairing. So it looks like Liana is now with Molly, which wasn't in the previous set, and looks like they've got Mick and Emily as the other double sub this time. So it'll be interesting to see if this is their preferred pair and if they play a little bit more in this set when it's do or die for Yarra.
Great roll shot. Alison Newton wasn't really there to hit, so maybe should have been a little bit better read, but she has had that shot in her toolkit for a long time.
Yeah, very crafty player. Has sometimes taken a year or two off here and there to go and live life and do her thing, but now he's back and looking just as good as she did before she left.
Been in London and travelled a little, as there didn't seem to be any touches from me.
I thought that was touched. Now, if Matt Perry's up and about like that, I believe that it was touched because he believes it was touched, and he wouldn't be like that if it wasn't.
No. I think you're right there. I didn't see it. Isabella Smith needs to move on though. I'm not saying that in a nasty way. You just got to accept the decision and move on to the next point. You can't get caught up. Great block, Matichevsky. Thornton down the front of the block, somehow saved.
It's tight.
Tight ball, beautiful reach and roll by Thornton, using all of her athleticism there.
Now, I think they're going to have to rely on Gwen a little bit more. I think she's been not missing, but probably hasn't had as much ball as what she probably likes. Yes, Maddie Britton is a great option through the middle, but if you can't use her, use that weapon that you've got out there in Gwen, who can hit all the shots.
Great dig from Newton, but can't control. I think Thornton didn't swing a lot in that third set. Molly Catherine, probably we didn't call her name a lot either, but there was also a lot of service pressure and they got stuck in a few rows, but the little adjustments, the cat and mouse. That one deep, great pass, Leslie. Opportunity here for Yarra now.
It's a really good dig.
Like James Rice said again, and just long. Heidelberg have done something wrong.
Yeah, which is, we haven't said that for a while either. And look, that was now a system ball that Nikita Perez probably hit 8 out of 10 winners so far. Just missed that one.
So Thornton on serve now. And there's Ruby on her left side, just getting a little cramped again. But, she's been good.
Really good. So really impressive. I haven't seen too much of her this season, but I have seen her around the traps at state team areas, and she's a definite weapon. Very, very good. Just like her twin sisters that are both off overseas playing at the moment as well at American colleges.
One-handed save in defence and a quick in transition. Yes.
There's that shot. Maddie Britton likes that shot back to one. She was there early and really aggressive. Nice cross-body shot there. And look, Mary's in a good spot. Just a good swing.
Yeah. So both teams' middles working very hard and presenting in transition. Good to see. There's a timeout called by Heidelberg.
So we're seeing the momentum shift a little bit here, Mick, back to Yarra's favour. Let's see if they can hold on and get some good results here. Otherwise, yeah, it might be a Heidelberg versus Dandenong grand final. But we'll see. They've got a lot of coaches over there, Yarra. A lot of input that they can have. Hopefully they're giving the right messages for their players to go out there and get a win.
Great dig on the quick. Molly Catherine! No touch, it was close, but she matrixed out of the way.
So that's probably the first time we've seen a dig on the Heidelberg middles for a while, so that was a really promising sign. And then the counter-attack, which is something that Yarra hasn't been great at in the last couple of sets, but counter-attacking is a big part of volleyball. And there's Isabella Matuszewski again, offhand, as she likes to do. Hits from a nice high angle when she's there on time. And we see another point to Heidelberg.
Isabella Smith to serve. Catches Leslie short. High ball in the middle, controlled. Opportunity now. Oh,
Hey,
that
whoa.
probably was. Great defense from Heidelberg. Quick in transition. But controlled this time. Here we go. Settling.
Running a
now.
combo.
Allison with the deft touch.
She really likes that shot. She does it a lot. So, yeah, Heidelberg has just got to be ready when the points are going a long time and she's covering a lot of ground. She probably hasn't got the juice to get up there and hit 10 balls in 1 point.
I think she picks the right time to play it as well, which is, there's people that can play that shot as well, but you can't overuse it. You've got to pick and choose. So, great decision making from her. Britain on peril. High ball. There we go with the dig. Much better. Great push. Molly Catherine just couldn't get out
Yeah,
of the
she
way.
couldn't get out of the way. That was a nice block by Heidelberg, but yeah, very unlucky there for Yarra. Yeah, there's that out of
Control.
system.
Yep. Block from Allison. And a good call, I think, from the ref. What I've liked in the VNL is the camera that shows when the ball passes the plane to the net. Because my understanding of the rule for the last 20-something years has been as soon as any part of the ball crosses the net, it's fair. It's fair game. So whether you're front row set or back row set, it doesn't matter. You just get up there and play the ball. As Molly Catherine, I'm sure, would like that serve back.
Yeah, I think she'd like that one back. And I think on that rule, Mick, if a setter is trying to save that ball and you can see that they're trying to push that ball out to a player on their team and it gets blocked, you can call that probably a reach. But if it's 50-50, it looks like they're trying to tip it, you go after it.
Gwen, very short in 6, but reads the tip. High in the hands.
Oh, what a-
Great touch from Ruby. But it is too far away in the net touch anyway. Yeah, Ruby's really made some strides in her lateral defence, but couldn't control that one.
So that was really good by Allison to go after that ball in high ball when the position 6 defender for Heidelberg snuck across to one, which left Ruby Smith with 2/3 of the court to try and pick up and just couldn't quite get that ball off hand.
There you go, there's the block, and sometimes we know what we're talking about, Maddie. They've left They haven't double subbed.
No, yeah, they've
They're
gone
really-
with what looks like their preferred pair. So it
Yep.
might have taken them 3 and a bit sets to figure it out, but now we're here and let's see what they can do. So Molly and Liana look like they're going to play a little bit more than Michaela Fulton and Emily Reynolds.
Just strong. And look, it worked in the first set. And what, two points in it in the second and third. So it wasn't that it wasn't working. I think the question is this a little bit better? Or is this the change that you need at this point in the match?
And look, it just sometimes settles down those two players as well. They get a bit of a rhythm. They get to know they're going to play a little bit more. Everyone knows what type of setter's on the court. So, look, it works sometimes. Sometimes it doesn't. It looks like Yarra just have to try and roll the dice here a little bit. So far, so good.
Oh, Glenn Thornton! We had a great view there. We're right behind on the angle from where Gwen's hitting the ball. One block, bang.
Yeah, and it was a great run by the middle there, which is Kiara, that was able to draw that blocker. Hasn't been fed a lot on offense, but was able to make it look like she was going to get fed there. Leave Gwen 1-on-1. Very hard to defend that ball.
James Lysette hammers that. Opportunity though, Yara. Ball on the net, joust. James Lysette again dug by Yilton. Diving save by Susie Lysette, and that's wide. So, James Lysette's come back down to earth.
Yep.
A little bit.
Yeah, and look, you said James's name in that point. It was the first time we've heard that name in a little bit. So, probably need, if Heidelberg want to win this set, probably need to get James going again. We've got our specialist server back on again, Alison Matthews.
A good serve this time, another race. This time no assistance from the net, just goes back and bangs
And nails it.
through the hands. Well, Yara, just the start they needed for this set. They have taken a commanding lead. They've come out settled, aggressive, and just with a bit more purpose and energy, and it is absolutely paid off.
Yeah,
for them.
we're talking about, do you go after James a little bit to give them more ball to be able to get them overloaded, but it looks like they've gone away from that and gone everywhere else and starved James of trying to get some swings, which has worked so far.
Well, the other thing being that short serve on the front row pass hitter, particularly for a younger pass hitter, take them out of their rhythm a little bit, starve them of some run up and transition, can be effective as well, or drag them to the inside of court a little bit. So there's lots of things we can do. It relies on being accurate and disciplined with your serve as well.
And we're seeing Molly here playing very short, very central, ready for that dump by the setter.
Another great serve, that's hit the antenna. It's out. It's hit the antenna.
So yeah, correct call there by the umpire. The ball had hit the antenna.
Yep. I'll tell Matt later. Right call from the referee.
Yeah, right call.
We had a good view of that one. Game's easy from up here, Matty. Nice set. And
There's one back.
you can see James just taking a little bit extra out on that ball. So, Yarra, don't get complacent. You've got to push home. Get this set in the books. Heidelberg need a little bit of fight. Good enough reception from Leslie. Britton dug. I think Gwen, seeing the set wide, stepped in, but probably came a lot faster than she thought it was going to come.
She did well as the off blocker to get back that far off the net, but yeah, still got to be prepared to play defense, and that ball was still a nice, hard driven ball.
Another good reception from Leslie. Line is open and dug on return. Liana Pinyaski.
She's playing really well here, Nick. So we saw that set out to Gwen Thornton, that access the line that made it hard for Heidelberg to pick it up. We just hadn't seen that in the first few sets consistently. So it's good to see that this has been able to work for Yarra at the moment, and they've got a commanding lead right now.
That was a gutsy set. You push towards 2, you're a metre or 2 off the net, and you set over, but set it to the middle of the court where the space was. I really like that play. Peril a bit jumpy, and they're in trouble. Heidelberg, the points keep stacking on.
Yeah, so we spoke about at the start of the game, Mick, that Heidelberg are susceptible to losing quick points and lots of them. So this is what's happening right now, and the wheels are falling off here a little bit in the fourth set.
Better from Peril. High to the behind, and Maddie Britton gets out there.
Now, if you're Matt Perry here, Mick, I believe that you'd be looking at making some sort of move to just see if you can find something for set 5, but knowing Matt Perry, he does exactly what you think he's not going to do and probably leaves them out there to find their own form.
Another ace essentially there. It's always a good question. Do you give them a little mental rest, a little physical rest ahead of what is inevitably looking like a set 5? Or do you try and get them to problem solve and work through? And
he's a big problem solver kind of guy, Matt.
Nice double block in the middle. High ball to 2. Nice set. It looks a bit touchy to me.
I believe that was touched. It changed its direction a little bit off the hands, but if you don't see it, you don't see it.
And look, everything went Heidelberg's way earlier in the match, and now everything going Yarra's way. So it's a funny game there, but very nice from Peril in. Matichevsky, a very confident swing. I think your comment on Matt is, I think he likes to leave it to them to problem solve and figure it out. So that's his style, and everyone does it a little bit different.
So we've got a change of middle here for the first time for Heidelberg. So we've got... we're still one rotation away from getting Kate Witholtz on the court.
Just talking about Liana's little set over there. I've just had a gentle nudge reminder from someone who may have done that very well preceding Liana.
Probably taking claim to say that she taught her that, I would assume.
From James Lysette. Yes.
No, Liana's playing really well.
Yeah, no, it's good to see. And look, that's how it should work. Kelly certainly did that exceptionally well, and it's good to see those tricks of the trade passed on.
Yeah, there is again.
Off pace again. I think she wanted to go off pace. I don't think she wanted to miss-hit it.
Yeah.
But, hey, got it done.
So that could be, you couldn't have that more off pace if you tried, Mick, I believe. So everything going Yarra's way at the moment. Their tails are wagging. They're playing really well. We've got Gwen Thornton back on serves. Probably going to bomb an ace here. Or the opposite. Get a bit excited sometimes.
Yep.
Now we're going to have our official middle change for Heidelberg here. We're going to have Kate Witholtz come on court for the first time. And that was a move. It's a move that Matt's got up his sleeve. Let's see if it works a little bit here before he makes his call on who could be on the court at set 5.
Off the block and out. Love that swing. It's not, you're not lined for the court, you're lined for the block and out. So well worked from Alison. She's settled into her game in this set. Great serve, causes the bump set.
She's playing really well. Nikita Peril in this game has been really effective for Heidelberg, especially from the front court.
Still a commanding lead for Yarra, looking to close this out and get it to that inevitable 5th set. Good by Leslie. That's a nice swing from Catherine. James just walking into that one. walking, maybe not the right word, but putting her body on the line. Peril over the top. Yilton finds.
Oh, what a pickup there by Ruby Smith.
She's come all the way from 5 to deep 1 off the court. When I say deep, I mean deep, deep, deep.
And look, Yarra playing really well at the moment, overpowering Heidelberg with their offense, which is something that they needed to do if they were going to win this set.
Molly hasn't looked settled on her serve, but she got it in, and is there a touch? Both lines refs.
Now, I don't think
no.
that one was.
I didn't see it, no. And we obviously know.
Heidelberg will be feeling a
It's
little
only
bit.
the furthest point away from us.
They'll be feeling a little bit hard done by Heidelberg at the moment. There's a lot of 50-50 calls that they believe should be theirs that unfortunately aren't, but you just got to move on, keep playing.
And couple that with some frustration that you haven't played well, you've been put under pressure, and the scoreboard has been dominant against you, and that is the set to Yarra Rangers. They lock things up at 2-all, so some good adjustments by them, and look, good call from the coaching staff there to go with less substitutions, less change, try and settle in, and it really did pay off. So the ups and downs of this game continue.
And look, we were talking about at the start of the game, Mick, that if it was going 5 sets, that was the way that Heidelberg were probably going to get over the line. But yeah, Yarra being the ones that were 2 sets to 1 down, taking momentum into the 5th, I think that'll hold them in good stead to take this 5th set out.
Steal, strike, goal.
and put a lot of max effort into that jump, and then sets on the way down. I've noticed that a lot of those sets are going to the middle, and I have a feeling that Heidelberg might be on that as well. So we're seeing some good results on the block so far. Let's see if they can, Liana especially, can deceive those blockers and get some better options for her team. If Yara are going to win this game, there's a couple of players there that are going to have to lift. We're going to look at Molly, we're going to look at Alison, we're going to look at Gwen, these three girls who hit from the wings. Let's see what they can do in the back end of this fifth set.
Great pressure from Heidelberg. That's long. And we are back on, apparently.
Welcome back, Nick.
Welcome back, everybody.
I was fighting for my life there for a while, so it's good to hear another person's voice.
That was our best commentary as well, the last. A few technical issues there, but we are back in. So, serving, more of a serving sub here. Now, Liana has played a bit opposite in her time, so she might have a swing in the front row for Yara, and Mick might set, or she might just defend.
Has to defend.
Big block!
Good block.
Wow! So, I'm not sure what's going on with the scoreboard on the live stream, but 6-all is the score here live in the venue. High. It's just not aggressive enough. Yes, we are back with some score. Yeah.
Nick Fulton with a great serve. Come back on, made a bit of a difference here. We haven't seen who's going to be setting for Yara when the ball comes back over. But if I was a betting man, Mick, I think it'd be Liana Konjarski with Mick going back to her old roots and playing some good defence.
Great serve again. Bump set. Oh. Just swinging hard and high. And it's just been paying off for Heidelberg.
Look, I'm going to say it now, you can see it on the screen. Yara are out of rotation here because Mick Fulton just served, so they should be stacking over in 4. Oh, they've got away with it there.
Great to get hands on it. Another great roll, but picked up. Yara managed that well. She could have really reached over, but just stayed high and up. So, 8-7 on.
Can't get much tighter than this, Nick. 8-7 in the fifth set.
Here's here two schools of thought in this one, Maddie. Now, the great Thomas Santa Maria always said.
Learned a lot of things from that great man.
I'm going to mess this up now. Is it first to? He always said first to 10 losers, I think.
Yep.
Or was it first to 10 wins? And someone always said first to 8 losers. I can't remember, but they contradicted each other. I know it was.
Anyway. Whatever Thomas said, I will believe.
Great block. Out. It's all in.
Alison has decided that she's not having that call and she's back to serve.
It looks like it could have been called for. It wasn't, but it could have been.
And I believe it could have been long as well. So, Yara probably a little bit hard done by there, but
there's a little bit of luck in this game. 8-all.
So, I still think they're out of rotation. Oh no, Mick Fulton's back in rotation now. So there we go.
Oh wow! Kelly Lean will be up off the couch there with some fist pumps, I reckon. As another,
and it's always a tricky one. Whose ball's that?
Yeah, but a good time again to use it. You can overuse that play as a setter, but great choice from Liana, just keeping the defence honest.
So I think Heidelberg have got a different lineup to what they had.
Paradise ball pops up.
Oh, definitely tough.
Very Dempster.
Now, are we seeing Isabella Matichevsky pass hitting here with James Lysett at opposite? Is that what we're seeing right now? And I don't believe that was the lineup that they started with.
Or they're out of rotation.
I think they are. See, they've got both their pass hitters. And
no, that's right. So no, they're in rotation. So James has the error as we're getting losing track of the game here. James Lysett passing on the left side. And then running around. Yeah. So she's in the pass.
Yeah.
So totally legal there, but it did look.
Looks a little bit
She is in
strange.
opposite.
Yeah.
Yes. So an interesting move from Heidelberg to take James out. Now maybe they're trying to get James on the right side more in front row, so a bit more spread of offence, but she's been so effective.
It's so effective.
Yeah.
So it's interesting to see that they made these moves now. We've got
Keep an eye on that.
11-8, Nick?
11-8, so a mini break here for Yarra. And Alison Matthews, who's overall done quite a good job as a serving sub, really, must be said. So, big moment for her. Nice serve down the line. Tight ball. Oh! Brianna! Now, and this is the thing about leaving that 5-1 and giving her a chance on the front. So she's taken it. She's absolutely taken it.
Taking this game by the scruff of the neck by hands, and
jump.
also on blocks. She's had 3 blocks in the last set and a bit. So they found something here with Liana.
Great work on reception from James.
Thanks,
Another one. Great cover this time. Good option by Britton. Yes. I really love that she didn't try to hit that paradise ball. She had space, so she set it, and then she got the reward of presenting in transition.
And look, Liana with another positive block touch, then gets the set,
Correct.
finds the middle on the reset. Really good options. Liana Konjaski's taken this game by the scruff of the neck.
Just over from James. It looks like it was going to be bang on, just drifted over. So, match point, 14-8, a commanding lead for Yarra. They have really stepped up in these last 2 or 3 minutes. Heidelberg have pushed them all the way. They have demanded a response from Yarra, and Yarra have stepped up. So match point. Nice reception. There you go. There's that offensive set up there, switching James to the right side, and good on you, James. Go back and just crush the ball on match point.
Well, look, they've got nothing to lose now. Like, they've lost a few. I think it's 14 now, isn't it?
14-9, yeah.
So, yeah, if you're not going to hit, you're going to get beaten. So let's go for it and see what happens. You never know.
Now, Dempster's serving has been good. Isabella Matichevsky back in the front row for some blocking. Great serve, great reception. Maddie, what a dig by Smith. And James gets it. How much room is there on the
I
line?
think there was half a ball's worth of room, and because James hit that so hard, it compressed the ball into the gap. I can't believe that didn't hit the antenna, but if you hit hard enough, no one's going to know.
So a little sub here, more probably just a time delay sub. So Molly Catherine back into the back row for Mick Faltine. Just making Mary think it's a bit softer. Great reception. Gwen is blocked. Great set up on the outside. I think Gwen looking for the tool and out, but Matichevsky too strong.
And this is where it becomes that game of chess. So it's I'm going to set this option to get the best outcome. I'm going to trick this player.
11.
Let's see what happens.
Mary, you can hear she didn't quite get that one right. Oh, tip is picked up.
Oh.
Way to swing, Isabella. Molly Catherine. Oh, they've done it. The ball clipped the tape and found the floor. Not the prettiest of finishes after such an incredible volleyball game, but Yarra Rangers through to the grand final. A great reward for this group that have been together for a while.
Yeah, and look, kudos to a couple of these Yarra players. Alison Hilton in that last 2 points made an incredible amount of digs and on serve reception put the ball in the right spot. But look, we have to say our MVP of that Yarra comeback would have to have been Liana Konjaski. Nick, she played really well with her hands. She was good on block. She set the right options. That's what you need from your setter sometimes to take the control of the game, and she did that. And now look where they are, off to our grand final.
Yep, well done. And must be said, Heidelberg Volleyball Club, brilliant game by them. I think on paper, you know, it was heavily in Yarra's favour. You made the call. If they're going to get it, they're going to get it in 5, and you almost made that come true. But just a brilliant game. Heidelberg Volleyball Club should be really proud of their efforts. A great performance on court. No Alana Hassel with her ankle injury earlier in the year, so it's been an incredible season by them.
And with Matt Perry at the helm with Heidelberg, they will be back, and you know they will be. They'll probably find a couple of extra players. They'll probably tweak their lineup a little bit, and you'll see them back in this position again next year, no doubt.
Well, their P2 team, I believe, on this court next, won't be on the live stream, but so their P2 team in the finals as well. So good things happening in the women's program and the men's program at Heidelberg Volleyball Club, who, 5 years ago, had to rebuild, maybe more than 5 years, but certainly from their dominance in the past, they've done an amazing job rebuilding that club. So congratulations to all involved at the Heidelberg Volleyball Club, and congratulations to Yalla. Now you'll see the P2 and P1 games on the live stream. So 4 games back to back next week here on the Volleyball Victoria YouTube stream. Don't forget, we'll plug it next week again, but our Vipers start to get around them and their memberships and catching up to date on what the schedule is for them. But thank you, Matty. Been a pleasure as always. There's been some awesome volleyball today, particularly the finish to that one. So tune in next week for the Premier 1 and Premier 2 grand finals for the Victorian Volleyball League.
Thanks for that, Mick. Thanks for having me. Looking forward to next week. We're going to have some big games.
Thanks so much for everyone for jumping on. There's been a really good number of people jumping on the stream and some great engagement. So thank you all out there in the volleyball community. We hope you've enjoyed it. See you later.